Chapter 186. Do you know the name of that emperor? Yi Fan asked urgently. Wang Shu shook his head. I don't know. I only heard Zhang Wuye say something in his drunken state. It was an ancient emperor, but he didn't have a name. I heard from my grandpa. Dumbo suddenly said mysteriously, the reason the Zhang family lives here is to guard that purple mountain. What did your grandpa say? Yi Fan was shocked. My grandpa also heard it from the older generation. It was just one sentence, but he didn't go into details. Dumbo thought about it and said, I think he also said that the Zhang family's Book of Origin was lost 1,000 years ago because of that purple mountain. What does the Book of Origin have to do with the purple mountain? Yi Fan couldn't calm down. He really wanted to read that mysterious book. My grandfather said that an ancestor of the Zhang family had disobeyed our ancestral teachings and entered that mountain, never to return, and the Book of Origin was lost from then on. Dumbo mumbled mysteriously, and turned around to look after it was done, afraid that someone else would overhear. Great waves rose and fell within Yi Fan's heart. That purple mountain's origins were extremely great, it was definitely not ordinary. How many emperors had there been since ancient times? The ultimate weapons they crafted were unparalleled in power. One could dominate the world with just one, and the sacred grounds viewed it as their ultimate treasure. If one's body and the ultimate weapon were combined, one would be invincible. If one could continuously provide divine power, no one in the Eastern Barren Territory would be a match for them. The achievements of the ancient emperors were hard to surpass. There was a theory that the ancient scriptures of the Eastern Barren Territory were created by the emperors of different eras. How could Yi Fan stay calm when he thought of that? The ancient emperors had crafted ultimate weapons and created peerless ancient scriptures. They were all priceless treasures in the Eastern Barren Territory. That purple mountain is related to one of the emperors. If I can find his cultivation method, it would be the same as obtaining a complete ancient scripture. Yi Fan believed that the cultivation method of the emperor must be unparalleled. If I can find another extreme weapon. Just the thought of it made him excited. However, he soon calmed down. Zhang Wuye had stressed again and again that that place was an ominous place. If he wanted to harvest something, perhaps it would be even harder than ascending to the heavens. Yi Fan left the stone stronghold again. Half a quarter of an hour later, he returned to the huge purple mountain and circled around it. Is there anything in here? He muttered to himself, but no matter how he observed, he could not find anything special. Even when he used his divine sense, he could not find anything. What did that great emperor leave behind here? Why does it have something to do with him? He hoped that there was an ancient scripture that hadn't been passed down to the world. This was what he needed the most right now. However, he could only think about it. The might of an ancient great emperor was hard to imagine. Even if there was something left behind, it was not guaranteed that they would be able to obtain it. Yi Fan returned to the peak of the purple mountain. At this moment, his expression froze. His face was filled with disbelief, he couldn't believe his eyes. Yesterday morning, he had used the golden book to hack open a huge pit. But now, the peak was completely flat without a trace. There was no damage at all. Everything was as good as before. How is this possible? Yesterday, I clearly... Yi Fan quivered and shivered. Ominous place, these 4 words floated up in his mind. He quickly soared into the air, no longer standing on the peak. Why is it like this? Can it repair itself? Yi Fan found it difficult to calm down. Or, yesterday, I was tricked by an illusion. In fact, I didn't really hack open the peak. Could it be that there are some obscure Dao patterns? Yi Fan pondered for a moment before summoning the golden book. He retreated far away and controlled it to hack. Golden light curled up, stone fragments swirled in the air, and boulders rolled about. A huge pit was dug out on the peak. He grabbed a purple boulder and touched it with his own hands. This was definitely not an illusion. Then, he cut off a small piece of the purple stone and flew into the distance to observe the violet mountain in silence. Yi Fan was very patient. He stood in the distant sky for an entire day. Even when the sky was filled with stars and the majestic violet mountain stood there were still no changes. He was not anxious. He stood motionless in the sky and carefully observed with his divine sense. This place was related to an ancient great emperor, so he had no choice but to treat it seriously. He placed great hopes on it and wanted to understand everything about this place. Until midnight, Yi Fan discovered that the huge pit at the peak of the violet mountain was silently changing. It slowly leveled out and returned to its original state. And the stone in his hand had not disappeared and was still there. This mountain can grow on its own. Yi Fan was astonished. He did not continue to investigate. It was especially cold at midnight, and even with his constitution, he could feel waves of bone-piercing cold. Since the Zhang family was guarding this place, they must know some secrets. He did not want to act rashly, so he flew back to the stone stronghold. He decided to ask them in detail tomorrow. Yi Fan returned to the village. When he entered his stone house, he found that Zhang Wuye was still awake and waiting anxiously for his return. "You've finally returned. Did you go to explore the Violet Mountain?" Yi Fan nodded. Zhang Wuye stood up and said anxiously, "Don't go there again. Didn't I tell you that it's not a good place? It's easy to get into trouble if you go there often. What kind of place is the Violet Mountain? How is it related to the ancient great emperor?" Yi Fan had to know these questions. "Fine, I'll tell you everything. Otherwise, you'll definitely go and explore." Zhang Wuye sighed and said, "In fact, what I know is really limited. Please speak slowly." This Violet Mountain was discovered by my Zhang family's ancestor, who was the Yuan Taoist master of the past. He warned his descendants not to approach that place and to worship it from afar. That Yuan Taoist master solemnly warned that the Violet Mountain was related to an ancient great emperor and could not be blasphemed. Paying respect to it would benefit future generations. There are artifacts inside. You must not provoke them. Otherwise, it will bring about a great disaster. This is what my ancestor warned me again and again. Zhang Wuye sighed and said, "Unfortunately, 1,000 years ago, an ancestor went against the ancestor's teachings. He broke open the Violet Mountain with the Book of Source and walked in." Sigh. Yi Fan was even more moved. He felt that there was most likely a peerless divine source inside. Perhaps there might even be an extreme weapon. Zhang Wuye saw through his thoughts and said, "There are indeed treasures inside the Violet Mountain. There is more than one divine source, but you must not have any ideas about it." "More than one?" Every time a peerless divine source appeared, it would shake the eastern wilderness. The lands of the great sage would offer a sky-high price and compete for it. There would even be bloodshed. One could imagine how rare the peerless divine source was to make the Holy Land shed all pretense of cordiality. How could Yi Fan not be shocked that there was more than one in the Violet Mountain? My ancestor was known as the Yuan Taoist master. His understanding of divine sources was unparalleled. He could determine the dragon veins according to the geography of the mountains and rivers, and he could use the star-locked divine source. At this point, Zhang Wuye paused and said, he was also tempted to take the divine source from the Violet Mountain, but in the end, he backed down. Why? Zhang Wuye shook his head and said, he even thought of asking the fairies of the Jade Lake for help. But in the end, he gave up, fearing that he would implicate the Jade Lake. What? Yi Fan was shocked and said, taking the divine source from the Violet Mountain will implicate a holy land? He said it very vaguely, but I think that's what he meant. It might injure the Jade Lake. Yi Fan found it hard to believe. The Jade Lake Holy Land was a great power that had been passed down since the primordial era. The founder was a female saint empress who left behind an extreme weapon and even created an ancient scripture. After countless years of inheritance, the Jade Lake stood aloof from worldly affairs and stood tall. Could a Violet Mountain threaten them? Below the Violet Mountain, there are living creatures. After saying this, Zhang Wuye's face was somewhat pale. He hurriedly kowtowed in the direction of the Violet Mountain, then stood up and said, "That's why I said, don't go. You won't get anything. If you force your way in, you will only harm your own life." Yi Fan's expression changed when he heard this. There were living things, so his chances were indeed somewhat uncertain. However, there were still some things he couldn't figure out. There were terrifying creatures from ancient times sealed within the exceptional divine source, and they were still alive. But what did this have to do with the great emperor? What did he leave there? I don't know either. What did the great emperor of ancient times leave behind? My ancestors didn't leave any clues. Zhang Wuye replied to this question. In the following 3 days, Yi Fan consulted Zhang Wuye and learned how to search for the source. The Heavenly Book of Source was a wondrous book. Even though only a small portion had been passed down, it was still very useful to him. The youth of the stone stronghold, Wang Shu, gave off a very quick-witted feeling. Seeing that Yi Fan was constantly learning how to search for the source, he laughed and said, "Little brother Yi, do you want to go gambling on stones?" Gambling on stones? Yi Fan was very surprised. He was no stranger to these 2 words. On the other side of the starry sky, gambling on jadeite ore was very popular. Yeah, don't you know? Wang Shu was puzzled. Tell me in detail. It's gambling on origin stones. Wang Shu explained patiently. Sure enough, it was similar to what Yi Fan had guessed. The stones produced by the vein of origin were very special, and even cultivators found it difficult to see through them. Whether it was divine sense or divine power, it was impossible to probe their insides. Only by truly cutting them open could one know whether or not there was an origin within. Yi Fan had long since known about this, but he hadn't expected that because of it, the gambling on stones would flourish. In the past, our stronghold was very rich. My grandfather's generation all went there to broaden their horizons and participate in gambling on stones. Wang Shu was very envious. It's okay. Tell me in detail what to pay attention to. I'll take you there in the future. Yi Fan was tempted. Actually, it's very simple. There are no rules. Wang Shu said a lot. I want to go too. Dumbo, who had been passing by and caught a whiff, came to them and said, but it's too far away, and the nearest place is hundreds of kilometers away. There's an oasis over 500 kilometers there, and it's very prosperous. That's a normal place for gambling on stones. I heard that the best place for gambling on stones is tens of thousands of miles away, in the most prosperous holy city of the northern region. Wang Shu had a yearning expression as he said, those holy lands. Half of the premium origin stones excavated from around the origin ancient mine are sent there. It's a paradise for gambling on stones. The land of the great sage. Yi Fan was surprised. That's right. Gambling on stones there is top-notch enjoyment. Even the powerhouses of the middle continent and the northern desert are attracted. I heard that they are all legendary figures among cultivators. Wang Shu's thoughts wandered as he said, everything is top-notch service. Even the ladies who cut the stones are goddesses. The food provided is rare in the world. Everything is made from rare beasts and birds, as well as divine herbs. Even the worst wine is 100 years old. It's really a pleasure to go there to gamble on stones. Pfft. Dumbo pursed his lips. That's what the traveling Taoist priest said. You didn't see it with your own eyes. Who knows if it's true or not? Of course it's true. Wang Shu retorted. Have you forgotten about Zhang Wuye's ancestor? He was a Yuan Taoist master who experienced it all and left behind many legends. That's true. I forgot about that. Dumbo was a little embarrassed. He scratched his head and said, Brother Yi, do you really want to go gambling on stones by learning the source-seeking technique? Can you bring me along to broaden my horizons? Now that you mention it, I really want to go and see for myself. It would be great if I could gamble until a sacred ground collapsed. Yi Fan muttered to himself wickedly. What's so great about those sacred grounds? Dumbo said nonchalantly. I heard from my grandfather that the Yuan Taoist master, the ancestor of the Zhang family, made those sacred grounds' faces turn green from gambling. Yi Fan was surprised at those words. What? You're telling the truth? Of course. Dumbo continued, that's something that the elders in our village know. The Yuan Taoist master of the Zhang family left behind many legends. Wang Shu added, it's all true. There's not a single lie. Zhang Wuye's ancestor won the source of God from those sacred grounds. How could their faces not turn green? They even wanted to jump into a river. Yi Fan was dumbfounded. What kind of vision was that? He even had the source of God. He was able to find it. The so-called Yuan Taoist master was too shocking. Back then, Zhang Wuye's ancestor didn't just manage to get a piece of God's source. Those holy lands were so anxious that they almost wanted to worship him. Dumbo had an intoxicated look on his face when he talked about these things, as if he was the one who did it. The Yuan Taoist master is so powerful. Yi Fan could not calm down. He felt that if he could learn such a mystical technique, he could make the Yaoguang sacred ground and the Ji family feel unbearable. Of course it's extraordinary. After all, since ancient times, there have only been a few Yuan Taoist masters in the northern region. Now, their lineage has long been severed, and they will never appear again. Wang Shu said mysteriously, Zhang Wuye's ancestor did many glorious things back then. What other glorious things? Yi Fan's interest was piqued. Wang Shu said in a low voice, he became a god through stone gambling. Not only did he make those sacred grounds turn green, but he also won the Jade Pool Saintess. Pfft! Yi Fan spat out the tea that he had just drunk. That works. It's just a rumor, right? It's true. Zhang Wuye's ancestor was too good at stone gambling. He set his sights on the source stone of Jade Pool and gambled for 7 days and 7 nights. In order to recoup his losses, the saintess accidentally gambled herself, but she still lost. At that moment, the fire of gossip in Yi Fan's heart burned fiercely. He asked, what happened in the end? Sigh, what a pity. The Zhang family's Yuan Taoist master didn't make things difficult for the other party. He politely let the Jade Pool Saintess leave. Since then, his relationship with Jade Pool has been very special. Wang Shu looked regretful. Yi Fan also sighed. The Yuan Taoist master must be an extraordinary person. He wanted to read the Book of Source of Heaven even more. No, I have to find a way to make that extraordinary book see the light of day again. Yi Fan deeply understood how terrifying the sacred body of the ancients was. Every time he advanced to the next level, everything he needed would be multiplied tenfold. He made a preliminary calculation. The transformation of the 9 tiers of the Nirvana realm to the Great Perfection required a total of more than 50 kilograms of source. If he were to cultivate the first level of the secret realm of the Doctrine Palace, he would need 500 kilograms of source at a tenfold rate. Even in the northern region, ordinary small sects didn't have that much source. If he were to cultivate the second level of the secret realm of the Doctrine Palace, he would need 10 times the source. Yi Fan almost fainted. It was too terrifying. He couldn't bear it at all. It was beyond reason. The sacred grounds would probably vomit blood after the astronomical figure was calculated. I have to get the Book of Source of Heaven. Yi Fan's face turned green every time he thought about the future cultivation. Without the Book of Source of Heaven, the sacred body of the ancients was a bottomless pit. He had to become the Yuan Taoist master. He couldn't let himself and others turn green. It seems like I have to take the risk no matter what. I won't touch the things in the Purple Mountain. I have to get the Book of Source of Heaven out no matter what. Brother Yi, why did your face turn green? Dumbo asked honestly. Nonsense. Why would my face turn green? It should be the people from the sacred grounds. Brother Yi, are you really going to gamble on stones? Wang Shu asked expectantly. Of course. I'm going to gamble the Saintess of Jade Pool. I won't let her go. Otherwise, I'd be worse than a beast. Chapter 187. Yi Fan had no other choice. He had to become the Yuan Taoist master. He didn't want to be cheated, so he could only let others be cheated. If he became the Yuan Taoist master, the holy city tens of thousands of miles away would be his paradise. Brother Yi, if you can really win a saintess back, can you also win a wife for me? Dumbo asked honestly. Yi Fan immediately smiled and said, no problem. If you can win a saintess back, it won't be a problem to win a fairy wife for you. Wang Shu laughed at Dumbo. In the stone village, apart from Zhang Wuye, who else knows more about the source? Yi Fan wanted to learn from the basics. It would definitely not be easy to become the Yuan Taoist master. The older generation knows a little, but in terms of proficiency, only Zhang Wuye is good at it. Yi Fan nodded. After coming to the stone village for a few days, his understanding of the source had improved a lot, and he needed to continue learning. In the afternoon of the same day, the people outside the stone village were shouting and neighing, and the people in the village were in a panic. Beard Shen is here with more than 10 people. They want to destroy our village. Hide quickly, the bandits are here with weapons. They want to wash our village with blood. Many young men organized the old and young to hide, and then rushed to the village gate with sharp knives. Damn bandits, they only know how to bully the common people. Why don't they go to those sects to rob? They are just dogs who bully the weak and fear the strong. Many of them are from those sects, and they all have the support of big forces. They are in cahoots with each other. The young men in the village were very strong-willed. Seeing the bandits rushing over, they were not afraid, and all of them were ready to fight. Today is not a fight to the death. Behave yourselves. Zhang Wuye and a few old men berated these hot-blooded youths. Outside the stone village, dust rose into the sky. Dozens of people on horses arrived in the blink of an eye, people shouting and horses neighing, and waves of murderous intent. Everyone was riding on dragon-scaled horses. Their green scales flickered, and they looked fierce and ferocious. Every one of them reeked of blood. It was clear that this was a group of vicious criminals who had killed many people, much more savage than normal bandits. In the past few days, Yi Fan killed some roving bandits within a circumference of 100 li, but he was never able to find this group of people. Today, they finally came knocking on his door. A man in his 40s was sitting on a dragon-scale horse in the middle. His curly hair was fluffy like a lion's mane, and he looked very fierce. People from the stone stronghold, get out here. Quite a few of the bandits shouted loudly. You dare to wait for us with knives? You really are tired of living. Many of the bandits had unkind expressions. Zhang Wuye walked out from the crowd and stood within the stone stronghold. Sirs, please calm your anger. Which man of the northern region doesn't carry a blade? We've always been like this. A bandit sneered and said, less nonsense, have you prepared the resources that should be handed over? Don't tell me it's not enough and we need more time. We don't have the patience. If you don't hand over the source energy today, your stronghold will completely become a thing of the past. We will immediately flatten this place and turn it into a land of blood. This group of bandits were all clamoring. Waves of murderous intent pervaded the air. Zhang Wuye knew that this was definitely a group of executioners. They weren't just joking. He opened a bag of source energy, and it immediately flickered with brilliance, attracting the gazes of all the desperados. Not bad, the quality of these source energy is still passable. Old man Zhang, you're quite capable. You've really gathered all of it in such a short time. Big Beard Shen brought dozens of bandits forward. This old man doesn't dare to disobey the Sir's orders. Zhang Wuye cupped his hands. Several kilograms of source energy glowed with a myriad of colors. Spiritual energy overflowed in all directions, and multicolored clouds circulated. These were all Yi Fan's source energy, and it just happened to be a little more than 5 kilograms. He didn't want to make a move in the stone stronghold because he believed that this group of bandits definitely had the support of some sect. If he started a massacre here, he might implicate this village. Therefore, he asked Zhang Wuye to give these source energy to them first. Big Beard Shen grabbed the source energy in one go and laughed heartily towards the sky. His laughter was like the beating of a broken drum, and it was extremely unpleasant to hear. Not bad, it just happens to be a little more than 5 kilograms. Consider yourselves lucky that this stronghold has avoided a calamity. He held the horsewhip and tapped Zhang Wuye's head, saying, "I've long heard that you, old thing, have extraordinary eyesight. As expected, your old arms and legs won't live for many years. In that case, you should properly search for source energy in this area." At this moment, Dumbo's eyes turned red. He rushed over and said, "Big Beard Chin, where's my sister? Return my sister." Beside Big Beard Chin, a bandit laughed vulgarly and said, "You're talking about the young girl we brought back a month ago. She tasted pretty good, but unfortunately, we weren't satisfied yet. She already jumped into the river half a month ago. I'll fight it out with you guys." Dumbo immediately burst into tears. Although he was a little dazed, he was very strong. 4 or 5 youths in the stone stronghold couldn't hold him down even if they worked together. "A fool like you dares to challenge us?" The few bandits' gazes immediately straightened. "If you dare to talk back again, we'll immediately destroy your stronghold." This group of people killed without batting an eye. They were all desperados, and they would do what they said. "Sister!" Dumbo cried loudly. Although he was usually a little silly and carefree, he was now heartbroken. He cried bitterly and struggled there, veins popping up all over his body. An old man in the stronghold walked over and tapped on his body, instantly making it hard for him to move. The young men at the side all gripped the hilt of their blades tightly, wanting nothing more than to rush over immediately. "Why are you angry at a fool?" A bandit smiled maliciously and said, "I remember last time I saw this fool had a sister who was also very pretty. Let's take her away this time." "Fool, bring your sister here." A bandit came forward, waved his horsewhip, and pointed at Dumbo. "Sirs, you can't do things like this. We've already handed over the source energy as requested. Don't hurt the people in our stronghold anymore." Zhang Wuye came forward. "Old thing, mind your own business. We still have things to tell you later. Stay on the side for now." A few bandits pushed him to the side and forcefully whipped Dumbo a few times. "Get up and call your sister here." One of them released the seal on his body. "I'll kill you all." Dumbo bit his lip until it bled. He grabbed the sharp knife on the ground and was about to fight with his life on the line. When the other youths saw this, they all raised their shining blades and approached with large strides. How rebellious! A group of mortals dare to resist? The group of thugs raised their eyes. One of them waved his whip heavily and hit Dumbo to the ground. He spat and said, "You fool, if you don't want to live, don't drag your village down with you. Hurry up and bring your sister here. Otherwise, I'll bathe this place in blood." This group of people was extremely violent and unreasonable. "I'm talking, didn't you hear me? Hurry up and call your sister here." Another person ruthlessly whipped Dumbo a few times. The youths in the stronghold all felt their blood boiling. They wanted nothing more than to attack immediately. "Forget it. Don't mess around this time." Behind them, Beardshin waved his hand. He was afraid of stirring up public anger because he still needed the people of this stronghold to work. He turned to look at Zhang Wuye and said, "Old thing, you're really good at finding the source. Now that we urgently need the source, I'll give you another mission." "What mission?" "Hand over another 5 caddies of source within 20 days. "What? We just handed it over." Zhang Wuye looked forward. Beardshin faked a smile and said, "This is the last time because we really need it at this stage. You'll benefit from it in the future. But, we really can't find it in such a short time. What's with all this nonsense?" Beardshin's face immediately darkened. He turned his horse around and left, leaving only a cold sentence. "If you can't gather 5 caddies of source in half a month, just wait for your stronghold to be destroyed. Old thing, you should use the few years you still have left to live." A bandit whipped him and spat before riding away on his dragon-scaled horse. "You fool, I'll let you off easy. Be careful next time." Another bandit whipped Dumbo a few times and flew away on his horse. These bastards deserve to be cut 1,000 times. Why aren't these blood-sucking bugs struck to death by lightning? The people in the stone stronghold were furious. Looking at the departing figures, everyone clenched their fists. Dumbo howled like a wild beast. Wang Shu hugged him tightly and did not let him chase after him. Yi Fan walked over and patted Dumbo's shoulder. Follow me. Zhang Wuye and the others did not ask any questions. They knew what Yi Fan was going to do. It was good to bring Dumbo along, or else this child would definitely go crazy. The dozens of bandits traveled to 7 or 8 small oases and collected a total of more than 10 caddies of source. Only then did they leave on their horses and rush into the distance. Yi Fan brought Dumbo and followed them unhurriedly. He realized that this group of people was very cautious. They stopped from time to time, afraid that someone would follow them. After traveling for more than 300 miles, they arrived at the stronghold of the bandits. They did not make much of a commotion here. Every time they went far away to plunder. With so many source collected this time, the old man should be able to break through. Bearded Chin whispered to a bandit next to him. Not long after, they entered a mountainous area full of stone forests. There was no vegetation here, only a river flowing through. We have to send these source to the old man as soon as possible, Yi Fan was surprised. Through their conversation, he learned that there was really a sect supporting them. Is the Qingxia sect famous here? Yi Fan asked Dumbo. I think I've heard of it. Now that I think about it, my grandfather and the others have discussed it. Within a radius of 500 miles, it is the sphere of influence of the Qingxia sect. Dumbo said while staring at the river in the depths of the stone forest. People can't come back to life after they die. Think about it. Yi Fan patted his shoulder, then probed with his divine sense and found that there were a total of 51 slayers. Bearded Chen and another person had reached the divine bridge realm. There were also 7 or 8 life spring realm cultivators, and the rest were at the lowest level of the bitter sea realm. He did not want to let anyone go. According to the records on the ancient animal skin scroll, he engraved some Dao patterns around the stone forest and sealed the area. Alright, go and avenge your sister. Yi Fan walked into the stone forest with Dumbo and used his hand as a knife to cut off a few stone spears. Who are you? A slayer shouted. Poof! Yi Fan pointed a finger and a golden light rushed out. A bloody hole appeared on his forehead and his corpse fell to the ground. Who trespassed into our territory? With a whoosh, all the bandits rushed over. So it's you, you fool. How dare you come here? Did you bring your sister? No, this is not your sister. It's a young man. A group of slayers did not see the corpse not far away and walked forward recklessly. In the distance, Bearded Chin felt that something was wrong. He did not say anything and wanted to fly away. However, he was blocked by the Dao patterns and could not escape. He anxiously shouted, "Brother, kill them for me." Dumbo, you look silly, but your sister is very lively. This group of slayers still did not know what was good for them. Dumbo gritted his teeth and his eyes turned red. You are guilty of many crimes. Today, you can end all your crimes. Yi Fan kept pointing and one corpse after another fell. Their foreheads were all pierced by the divine light. The bandits panicked. Even though they had killed people all year round, they still felt fear when it came to themselves. Poof, poof. Yi Fan threw out the stone spear in his hand and nailed 5 people to the ground. These people had a deep hatred for Dumbo. Yi Fan patted his shoulder and told him to take revenge himself. Otherwise, he would be stifled by this kind of anger. Ah, the person who was nailed to the ground screamed. Dumbo almost went crazy. He slashed and bit his mouth, his body covered in blood. You scum, do you really think you can do whatever you want just because you have some power? Yi Fan stared at Bearded Chin. Who are you? Do you know where we came from? Bearded Chin looked fierce on the outside but he was weak on the inside. He had been rolling around piles of dead people all year round, so his intuition was very sharp. He knew that today was a bad day. Aren't you just serving an old fart from the Qingxia sect? Yi Fan sneered and said, I'll deal with you guys first. When I'm free, I'll find a chance to kill that old fart and get rid of the scourge for this place. As a sect of the northern region, you're secretly doing such a heartless thing. How heinous. Before you kill us, you have to think about the consequences. You won't be able to survive in this area if you become enemies with the Qingxia sect. Bearded Chen roared and kept retreating. I won't shout to the whole world. Heaven, earth, you, me, and I will know. Who else will know? Yi Fan sneered and said, I'm about to break through soon and I'm lacking some whetstones. I don't mind that the Qingxia sect will send someone to look for me. Whoosh. A green light flew out of the stone forest and slashed at Yi Fan's neck. It was as fast as lightning. Clang. Yi Fan gently flicked his finger, and a crescent blade instantly shattered and fell to the ground. Boom. He waved his fist and smashed it forward. With a loud bang, a large area of the stone forest in front of him was instantly shattered. The cultivator who was at the celestial bridge realm like Bearded Chin screamed as his bones were broken and his tendons were torn. He rolled on the ground. You've done all kinds of evil and your hands are stained with blood. Go on your way. Yi Fan repeatedly flicked his fingers, and rays of golden light shot out like shooting stars. Poof poof poof. The sounds were endless as corpses fell to the ground continuously. Don't kill me. Bearded Chin roared. Although he was the leader of the bandits, he was inferior to others at the last moment. Yi Fan shattered his sea of bitterness with his palm and threw him in front of Dumbo. At this moment, Dumbo had already torn apart the bandits that were nailed by the stone spears. His entire body was blood red as he cried non-stop. Return my sister. He grabbed Bearded Chen and bit him fiercely. Yi Fan killed all the bandits and turned to walk into the depths of the stone forest. He found more than 10 kilograms of origin source. He really didn't know how many villages this group of villains had destroyed to collect so much. In addition, he also found an ancient jade that was half the size of a palm. This was a broken piece of jade, and it was obviously a broken piece. Holding it in his hand, he immediately felt an ancient and desolate aura, giving people a strange feeling. Map, Yi Fan was a little surprised. On this piece of ancient jade, there were some maps of mountains and rivers engraved. It was unknown how many generations it had been passed down, but these traces were almost erased. There was a word on it that made his heart tremble. Although it was almost blurry, he could still recognize it if he looked carefully. It was actually the word Emperor. Dumbo, don't kill him. I still have something to ask him. Yi Fan hurriedly shouted. At this moment, Bearded Chen was in a terrible state. His entire body was covered in blood, but fortunately, he was not dead. Where did you get this ancient jade? Bearded Chen had long been terrified. He said whatever he was asked. When the brothers dug the origin ore, they dug it out from the origin vein. He kept kowtowing and hugged Dumbo's legs, begging the two of them, spare me. How could it be something sealed in the origin ore? There are words on this ancient jade, I can't explain it clearly. It's an ancient mine left behind from the primordial times. I picked it up from the ancient mine when I was digging for origin source. Where is that ancient mine? Yi Fan shouted. The ancient jade from the primordial times made his heart tremble, especially the word Emperor on it. It made him deduce many things. One had to know that in this area, the Purple Mountain was related to the ancient Great Emperor. He wanted to enter it to search for the Book of Origin. Now that he had obtained such an ancient jade, he had no choice but to make some connections. Don't kill me. I'll bring you to find it. Bearded Chin seemed to have grabbed onto a life-saving straw. Yi Fan kicked him away and probed out with his powerful divine sense. He directly pierced into his sea of consciousness and read the memories in his heart. This was the benefit of having a powerful divine sense. The other party's sea of consciousness seemed to be defenseless against it as it directly broke through. Yi Fan frowned. This guy really did all kinds of evil. He had done countless evil things. Soon, he found the information he wanted. The ancient mine was 200 kilometers away. It was not that far. All right, Dumbo, continue taking revenge. Yi Fan stood up. 2 hours later, bearded Chen's scream stopped. Dumbo cried and jumped into the river, constantly calling his sister's name. Yi Fan sighed. This was the real northern region. It was a paradise of evil. Without strength, any tragic things could happen. Let's go. Yi Fan let him wash in the river and threw him a set of clothes. Then, he wiped away all traces of the place and soared into the sky with him. When he was about to return to the stone stronghold, Yi Fan stared at the purple mountain that was thousands of meters tall and repeatedly looked at the ancient jade in his hand. Suddenly, another mountain ridge appeared in his field of vision. It's here. He immediately caught onto something and flew high enough in the sky to look forward. There were 9 mountain ridges around the huge purple mountain. However, the distance was too far. The 9 mountain ranges were far away on the horizon, like caterpillars that were indiscernible. If it was drawn on a map, it would be clear that the purple mountain was in the center of the 9 mountain ridges. Yi Fan lowered his head to observe the ancient jade. The mountain ranges on the incomplete map should be the 2 mountain ridges in this area. The complete ancient jade map must have included the purple mountain. I didn't expect that at the end of the distant horizon, those mountain ridges are also related to the purple mountain. Yi Fan was shocked. Chapter 188. Yi Fan and Dumbo returned to the stone village, and in the days that followed, he earnestly learned the source-seeking technique from the elders in the village. At the same time, he was actively preparing to enter the purple mountain. He had to understand everything about it. You're asking so many questions. Don't tell me you still want to enter the purple mountain? In the past few days, Yi Fan had been asking about the purple mountain. Zhang Wuye frowned and said, "You really shouldn't take the risk, or you'll only lose your life. Don't you want to find the original heavenly tome?" Yi Fan smiled. "I naturally don't want to lose the inheritance of something left behind by our ancestors, but what can I do? That ancestor didn't listen to our teachings 1,000 years ago and used it to break into the purple mountain. It never returned, and it's difficult to retrieve." According to Zhang Wuye, the original heavenly tome was a spiritual item that could be used as a weapon. If you tell me the details of the past, I might be able to find the original heavenly tome. Zhang Wuye shook his head. You've done our village a great favor, and I don't want you to throw away your life. I have a way to protect myself. Don't worry. No matter how he tried to persuade him, Zhang Wuye was against taking the risk. 5 days later, Yi Fan arrived at an ancient mine about 50 kilometers away from the stone village. This was where Big Beard Chen and the others had found the ancient jade. Since the ancient jade was related to the purple mountain, he naturally had to investigate it. The place was desolate with no signs of human habitation. The ancient mine was eerie and had been abandoned for who knew how many years, and there was a musty smell coming from inside. It was a huge mine like a sinkhole. The underground was pitch black and bottomless, and one would feel a little scared just standing there. Could it be evil? The mine was extremely quiet without a single sound. Yi Fan went down 1,000 meters before reaching the bottom. He could not help but be surprised. This was a huge vein of ore, and it was truly rare. In the past, a large amount of source qi must have been dug out. Unfortunately, everything had been covered in dust since the primordial era, and there would not be any rare source qi left behind. Kacha! A sound came from beneath his feet as he stepped on a skeleton. It was probably someone who had died in the past 100 years, and not a corpse left behind from ancient times. The enormous ancient mine was full of blade and axe traces, all of them left behind by predecessors, recording the blood and tears of the past origin gatherers. Whoever left the ancient jade here must have an extraordinary identity. It's impossible for them to appear here for no reason. Yi Fan soon arrived at the place where the ancient jade was found, but there was nothing special about it. He searched for 2 hours, and then continued to move forward, wanting to explore the deepest part of the ancient mine. After walking for a full 5,000 meters underground, there was still no end. This huge mine seemed to lead to the netherworld, pitch black and silent. After walking another 3,000 meters, Yi Fan couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The ancient mine was 8,000 meters long, yet they still hadn't reached the end. What kind of concept was this? Ordinary mines were only a few hundred meters long, but this mine was abnormally huge. He felt that it was impossible for it to be a single source vein. There should be many mines that had been dug through. But why was there only one exit? If this is a huge origin vein, then it might be the legendary dragon vein. Yi Fan was shocked. In other words, this place might have nurtured some divine origin before. Obviously, many people had come here after the primordial age and left behind many traces. After walking for a full 10,000 meters, Yi Fan finally reached the end. He heard the sound of water splashing. There was no path ahead, only a deep hole straight down. The sound of water was coming from there. Yi Fan looked down and felt that the underground river was very cold. It was like a blunt knife scraping his flesh, making his skin hurt. Strange, he thought for a moment, and then jumped in with a splash, moving forward in the underground river. The river water was bone-chilling. He used divine power to protect himself, but still felt cold. After walking for about a dozen miles, there were no longer any blade and axe marks left by mining. Yi Fan gritted his teeth and continued forward. He found an abnormal phenomenon. The direction of the underground river didn't change. It went straight forward for another 10 miles, and it was still the same. In the end, he followed the underground river for a total of 40 to 50 miles before he finally stopped. Because at this moment, he felt great danger. There was a funnel-like black hole in front of him. All the underground river flowed into it as if it could never be filled up. For some reason, after arriving here, Yi Fan shivered. The funnel-like black hole in front of him seemed to be able to swallow his mind. He felt his hair stand on end. This is not a good place. I came here for the ancient jade. I want to enter the Purple Mountain. I don't need to take risks here. Yi Fan didn't want to go deep into the huge black hole. He returned along the original path of the underground river. Only when he reappeared in the ancient mine did he sigh in relief. Ah! At this moment, Yi Fan was suddenly surprised. He thought of something and said to himself, could it be? He quickly rushed out of the ancient mine that was 10,000 meters long and 1,000 meters deep. He came to the surface, confirmed the direction of the underground river, and ran on the ground. After rushing out for dozens of miles, which was the corresponding end of the underground river, Yi Fan was shocked. In front of him, a desolate mountain ridge lay across the blood-colored earth, blocking the way. It was like a young dragon, winding and lofty. With the Purple Mountain as the center, there were 9 mountain ridges in all directions. This was one of them. What a great work! Yi Fan sighed. The surrounding dozens of miles, even close to 100 miles, were all related to the Purple Mountain. Yi Fan had flown up to the sky to observe more than once. The 9 mountain ridges all faced the Purple Mountain in a regular pattern. He pondered for a moment and returned to the stone stronghold. He carved the Purple Mountain and the 9 mountain ridges according to a certain proportion on the cowhide and handed it to Zhang Wuye. He asked, is there anything particular about this mountain landscape? Although Zhang Wuye lived here, he was only a mortal. It was impossible for him to stand high in the sky like Yi Fan and take in everything. When he saw the clear topographical map, he stood up in shock and said, this is. You actually saw through it. So you know everything? My ancestors saw the extraordinariness of the Purple Mountain because of these 9 mountain ridges. Zhang Wuye spread out the cowhide and said, take a look. What does this look like? I can't tell what it looks like, but I feel that the arrangement is very symmetrical. The 9 mountain ridges all face the Purple Mountain at the center. These are 9 dragon veins, surrounding and protecting a pearl. Yi Fan was somewhat speechless. How were these 9 mountain ridges like dragons? The Purple Mountain stood tall and straight like a great iron sword. It didn't look like a pearl at all. You haven't cultivated the Book of Origin, so you naturally wouldn't think in this direction. This is indeed a dragon vein, with 9 dragons surrounding and protecting a pearl. What's so particular about this? Yi Fan asked. It's too particular. The Book of Origin has detailed records, but I only know a little bit of it. This kind of general power has endless mysteries. Yi Fan's expression changed. What is it? My ancestor once said that the 9 dragons surrounding and protecting a pearl contains the extreme mysteries of the world's changes. What is so special about it? Yi Fan asked. Not to mention mortals, even powerful cultivators can't withstand this kind of general power. My ancestor only said one sentence: only ancient emperors can touch this general power. Yi Fan's heart itched as he listened. He asked, did your ancestor, the Yuan Taoist master, explain it in more detail? He didn't. But one thing is certain. My ancestor was frightened into retreating because he peeped into the Purple Mountain's heavenly secrets. At the same time, he didn't dare to ask the fairies of the Jade Lake for help. Yi Fan was shocked. The other ancestors of my Zhang family who cultivated the Book of Origin couldn't fully comprehend it. They could only speculate that this place hides a huge secret. Yi Fan wanted to know the answer more and more. He asked, could it be that they didn't find any clues and couldn't pry into the heavenly secrets? Many ancestors agreed that all of this pointed to the ancient great emperor, that he might have set up something terrifying here. What did he use the general power of this place to set up? Yi Fan muttered to himself. The primordial era that cultivators speak of is 100,000 years old. What was the use of the emperor from 100,000 years ago? Yi Fan didn't understand. The emperor had already returned to dust, so what was the point of doing all this? Perhaps it was prepared for later generations. Zhang Wuye shook his head. Only by thoroughly comprehending the Book of Origin can we understand what the emperor wanted to do. There were living creatures there, and they belonged to races from ancient times. Yi Fan muttered in his heart. He couldn't understand the emperor's motives. I saw an ancient mine just now. It pointed to a distant mountain ridge. The ground had been dug out, and it looked like the dragon vein of the source. Could there have been a divine source there? Yi Fan talked about the abandoned ancient mine. In fact, the ancient mine leads directly to that mountain ridge. The 9 mountain ridges have all been dug out. Yi Fan was shocked. How big of a project was this? The methods of the ancient emperor are unimaginable. He could have done all this. This was also the work of the emperor, and not the work of later generations? Yi Fan asked. Zhang Wuye said, some ancestors of my Zhang family speculated that the 9 dragon veins all had peerless divine source, but they were all dug out and gathered in that dragon pearl. How could this be? Yi Fan was shocked. The ancestors who studied the Book of Origin speculated that it was to promote the general trend of this place. They gathered the essence of the 9 dragon veins and stored it in the dragon pearl. The 9 dragons guarded the pearl and truly protruded the pearl. Everything was in the pearl. The plan laid out by the ancient emperor was all related to that purple mountain. The 9 mountain ridges were only the green leaves. I really want to know what the emperor from hundreds of thousands of years ago was trying to do. Since ancient times, there had only been a few emperors in the eastern wilderness. They could refine extreme weapons and create the most profound ancient scriptures. Their methods were heaven-defying. What was the emperor's purpose in going through so much trouble and making such a big move? Time passed quickly, and 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Yi Fan had learned a lot about the Book of Origin. He had prepared for a long time and learned enough details. He even knew where the ancestor of the Zhang family had entered the Purple Mountain all those years ago. Now, he decided to take action. He would enter the Purple Mountain and find the Book of Origin. The Purple Mountain had endless secrets, and the Book of Origin had endless magic. As long as he could obtain and cultivate the book, he would understand everything. I have to become the Yuan Taoist master. I have to take the risk. Otherwise, my path of cultivation will come to an end. Yi Fan decided to enter the Purple Mountain immediately. Chapter 189. Do you really want to enter the Purple Mountain? Zhang Wuye had long since understood Yi Fan's intentions. He knew that he couldn't stop him no matter what. He sighed and said, wait a moment. He turned around and walked into the stone house. Before long, he laboriously carried out a large wooden chest. It was yellowish, obviously an ancient object. What's this? Yi Fan revealed a puzzled expression. 1,000 years ago, that ancestor also made meticulous preparations before entering the Purple Mountain. These are some of the things he left behind. Zhang Wuye removed the iron lock and opened the large wooden chest. Suddenly, the smell of rotting wood wafted out. After who knew how many years, the inside of the wooden chest was somewhat decayed. This is... Yi Fan first discovered a set of stone armor. That's right, this was a stone armor formed by stringing together pieces of stone. It was simple, unadorned, and neatly stacked. What's this for? The workmanship of this stone armor was exquisite, and it seemed that a great deal of effort had been put into it. Zhang Wuye took out the stone armor and caressed it with his hand. This was personally made by that ancestor 1,000 years ago. He wore one and left another behind. Yi Fan held the stone armor in his hand but didn't feel anything special about it. This kind of stone could be found everywhere, and it was precisely the kind of special stone skin that wrapped around the origin source. This kind of stone skin could obstruct the probing of a cultivator's spiritual sense. As a result, it was difficult to determine whether or not there was a treasure within any origin stone unless it was truly cut open. This was also the reason for the rise of stone gambling. Yi Fan believed that as long as he wanted to, he could easily crush this kind of stone skin. This kind of armor was of no use to him. Don't look down on this stone armor. It's not an ordinary item. It has a powerful spiritual nature. Zhang Wuye seemed to have seen through his thoughts. It has a spiritual nature? Yi Fan carefully sensed it, but didn't find anything special. This is no ordinary stone skin. Zhang Wuye caressed it with his hand, unwilling to let it go. This is the stone skin that was peeled off from the origin source. It's a material that could enter the eyes of the Yuan Taoist master. This is the old skin that wraps the origin source. Yi Fan brought the stone armor closer and carefully examined it, but still couldn't see anything. Different professions are worlds apart. You are a cultivator, but you don't understand how precious these stone garments are. Zhang Wuye unfurled the stone robe and said, "Every origin seeker hopes to have a robe like this. You must know that digging for origin chi all day long will inevitably lead to some bad things, but this divine origin robe can ward off evil and evade those unclean things." Yi Fan nodded. He suddenly thought of many things. He had stayed in the source area of the Yaoguang Holy Land for a while. Strange things happened one after another. Of course, he knew how dangerous it was. The rock skin of the source of God has a special spirituality. It can avoid unclean things. According to what Zhang Wuye said, this kind of stone skin coexisted with the divine spring. Once infected with its spirituality, it would already possess a spirit and could seek good fortune and avoid calamity. In the big wooden box, there was a stone helmet that could cover one's face. You must wear this stone robe and a good stone helmet to hide all the aura on your body. Perhaps it isn't sturdy enough, but it can isolate you from the outside world. Perhaps it can help you avoid the ominous creatures in the Purple Mountain, Zhang Wuye solemnly warned. Yi Fan's heart was beating like a drum. Aren't the ancient and tyrannical creatures sealed in the divine origin source? It's hard to say what happens in the Purple Mountain. It's better to make more plans. In fact, I still say the same thing. I really don't want you to take risks. Yi Fan was indeed a bit apprehensive. I don't want to enter the depths of the Purple Mountain. I'll immediately return as soon as I find the heavenly book of source. I don't want to alarm some living creature. Also, take this stone pendant with you. Zhang Wuye took out a stone pendant from the big wooden box and said, "This was refined by an ancestor of my Zhang family. If you're really targeted by evil spirits, it might display some wonderful effects." Clang! Zhang Wuye pulled out a stone saber. The wooden scabbard had long since decayed and shattered the moment he pulled the saber out. The saber was no more than 2 feet long and was engraved with the sun, moon, and stars. In addition, there were also some strange patterns. You might see some strange things under the ground. They're bizarre and dazzling. Unless you have no other choice, don't fight them head-on. Zhang Wuye's expression was solemn. Regardless of whether it's a ghost or something else, if it doesn't attack you first, treat it as an illusion. You can use this saber to open the way. Yi Fan was a bit scared. He hadn't taken Zhang Wuye's advice seriously before, but now he was a bit uncertain. Finally, Zhang Wuye took out an astrolabe and said, "This astrolabe has been passed down to my generation and contains a large amount of the divine power of the constellations. Keep it well. It will come in handy at a critical moment. If you fall into a ghost mine, it will help you find a way out." Yi Fan was really a bit speechless. He wanted to beat a retreat and mumbled, "I say, old man, are you supporting me or scaring me? Why am I getting more and more scared?" The stone clothes, stone pendant, stone saber, and stone astrolabe were all carved from the old skin of the divine source. There was nothing special about them, but they contained spirituality. "Old man, where did that first ancestor of your family go in the end? Did he enjoy his old age in this village?" The first ancestor of the Zhang family was a Yuan Taoist master. Such a character could be considered a miracle. Since ancient times, only a few people had appeared in the northern region. Yi Fan had once asked Zhang Wuye about the Yuan Taoist master's whereabouts. The old man had vaguely said that the Yuan Taoist master knew too much about the secret of origin and that something ominous would happen in his old age. His life and death are a mystery. The old man shook his head. What happened? Countless years ago, 5 Yuan Taoist masters appeared in the northern region. In their old age, they all encountered very strange things. Our Zhang family's first ancestor was no exception. What strange things? Yi Fan asked. In his old age, he saw many unclean things, but others couldn't see them. He said that was the final fate of the Yuan Taoist master. Unclean things? Yi Fan was shocked. Yes, in the end, he disappeared to an unknown place. On the night he left, a red whirlwind blew outside, and a strange, terrifying creature howled endlessly for an entire night. I say, old man, I'm not scared. If you want to dissuade me, just say it. Why do you have to do this? I'm not scaring you. What I said is true. The first ancestor of the Zhang family really disappeared just like that. When the saintess of the Jade Pool found out, she searched for him all over the northern region, but to no avail. In the end, she personally built a cenotaph for him. Zhang Wuye sighed. That was an extraordinary person who made all the great sages' face turn green. Yet, in his old age, he actually died mysteriously. This made Yi Fan feel complicated. Is there no clue at all? On that night, there was a 4-year-old child in my Zhang family who accompanied the first ancestor. He was scared silly. Zhang Wuye shook his head and said, he was only cured after more than half a year. According to him, what did that child say? Yi Fan asked when he saw the old man stop talking. He said that on that night, he saw one of the grandfather's hands covered in red hair. He also saw a humanoid creature walking outside the window. He only turned his head, and the first ancestor disappeared forever. I say, old man, you can't scare people like this. You clearly know that I'm going to enter the Purple Mountain. These are all passed down from generation to generation. I've never told anyone about it. Zhang Wuye shook his head. Yi Fan's heart trembled. He felt that this blood-colored land was filled with too many mysteries. Many things were probably beyond his imagination. How strong is the Yuan Taoist master? Are you talking about his battle prowess? Yes. Yi Fan nodded. When my first ancestor was young, he fought to a draw with the saintess of the Jade Pool, Zhang Wuye said calmly. Yi Fan sucked in a cold breath. This kind of person was truly an extraordinary person. As the Yuan Taoist master, he still had such strength. It was no wonder that the saintess of the Jade Pool became his confidant. After becoming the Yuan Taoist master, I can stabilize the dragon vein and lock the divine source. It's impossible for me not to be strong. Zhang Wuye yearned. In the end, Yi Fan still went on his way. Little brother Yi, when are you coming back? Wang Shu saw him off. He didn't know that he was going to the Purple Mountain and only thought that he was going on a long journey. "Don't worry, I'll be back in a few days. When the time comes, I'll take you guys to gamble on stones. I'll gamble until those holy lands turn green in the face and get a saintess back. The wind is bleak and the water is cold. Once a hero leaves, he will never return." Dumbo waved his hand honestly. "How come you only remember this line after all the things I've taught you?" Yi Fan was speechless. "I'm afraid you won't come back." Dumbo scratched his head. Yi Fan felt that he couldn't argue with him. He smiled and waved his hand behind him. He quickly left and disappeared in the blink of an eye. According to Zhang Wuya, if he wanted to enter the Purple Mountain, he could only go through the 9 dragon veins and move underground. Then, he would cut open the Purple Mountain underground and enter the interior. Otherwise, he would be trapped in a hopeless situation if he directly made a move outside the Purple Mountain. Yi Fan chose the dragon vein in the east. He wanted to go deep from there because that was the path that the ancestor of the Zhang family had taken 1,000 years ago. He recited the ancient scripture recorded in the ancient bronze coffin in his heart. From time to time, he would carve a few words into the cauldron made from the source chi of all. He had been like this for the past 2 months. Even though those words couldn't stay for long and would soon disappear, he still continued to carve them. This was the root of the source chi of all, and it was his greatest reliance. Even if the void were to shatter, he could hide in the cauldron and escape the calamity. The towering mountain range was majestic and imposing, like a crouching dragon, lying in front of him. The tall stone ridge was bald and reddish-brown. There was no vegetation, and it was tinged with purple, similar to the Purple Mountain. According to Zhang Wuya, this dragon vein had been dug out a long time ago. There was a dragon passage underground that led straight to the Purple Mountain. Yi Fan didn't make a move directly. He didn't want to break the earth and go deep. He didn't want to cause damage like this, lest he caused a bad result. He searched patiently and finally found an ancient mine. 1,000 years ago, that ancestor of the Zhang family had entered from here. Yi Fan put on the stone clothes and immediately felt that it was airtight. The aura around him was sealed and couldn't leak out in the slightest. He carried the astrolabe on his back, held the stone knife, and hung the stone pendant on it. He silently floated down into the ancient mine. Yi Fan secretly measured the depth. He was incomparably shocked. He fell for 3,000 meters before reaching the bottom of the mine. The pitch-black ancient mine was excavated more than 100,000 years ago. It was filled with the aura of time, and this place was extremely quiet. Yi Fan moved his feet lightly. He didn't use divine power, but walked forward step by step, carefully sensing everything around him. Everything here was related to the ancient great emperor. It brought him a heavy pressure, and he had never been so cautious. In this way, Yi Fan silently walked several li. The ancient mine became darker and darker. What is that? Suddenly, he was startled. There was the sound of wings flapping in front of him. He could vaguely see a humanoid creature flapping its wings and rushing over. "I just came in, and I already encountered an archaic race?" Yi Fan cried out in alarm. Chapter 190. It was indeed a humanoid creature with a height of 2 meters and a wingspan of 4 meters. It pounced on Yi Fan from the depths of the ancient mine. Its sharp claws were like knives, shining with cold light. It went straight for Yi Fan's throat. At the same time, a strange wave came out of its mouth, making people's eardrums buzz. Yi Fan raised the stone knife and stabbed it, cutting off the humanoid creature's path. Clang! The pair of sharp claws hit the stone knife, making the sound of metal and sparks. Didn't Mr. Zhang say that stone clothes can ward off evil spirits? Why did I provoke an unknown creature as soon as I came in? Yi Fan was confused, but he was not afraid. He felt that this humanoid creature was not difficult to deal with. Swish! The humanoid creature spread its wings and soared into the sky. It gathered its strength again and pounced down again. This time, a bright light came out of its mouth and chopped down like a sharp knife. Yi Fan put away the stone knife. This creature obviously had an innate magic. If he used the stone knife to kill it, it would definitely break. Chi, 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 he opened his 5 fingers, and 5 beams of sword light rushed up like dazzling lightning, illuminating the pitch-black ancient mine. Clang! The light blade from the humanoid creature's mouth was broken, and the other 4 beams of sword light all chopped on its body. Puff! Blood splashed, and the humanoid creature was pierced. It flapped its wings fiercely, trying to escape to the depths of the ancient mine. Yi Fan could not let it escape. He shouted lightly, and a wave of air rushed up to the sky, shaking it down directly. He knew that this was definitely not a creature from the primeval age. Otherwise, it would not be so weak and far from the legend. Yi Fan stepped forward, unfolded its wings, and revealed its real body to observe carefully. This humanoid creature was 2 meters tall, covered with gray fur, and its wings were made of flesh. It looked like a giant humanoid bat. Yi Fan thought of the records in the ancient books. This was a species that lived underground. It was called the demon bat, which was very rare and almost impossible to see. Legend has it that after bats gained intelligence and became almighty beings, the descendants they gave birth to, after dozens or even hundreds of generations, their blood would gradually become diluted, and if they couldn't improve, they would degenerate into devil bats. According to the records in the ancient books, any place where the demon bat appears must be a place of great evil. Yi Fan's heart trembled. He didn't know if it was their nature, but it was said in the ancient books that this kind of rare underground creature lived at the edge of the danger zone. This is not a good sign. Yi Fan muttered to himself. He thought that the Purple Mountain might have left behind the inheritance of an ancient great emperor, but now it seemed that it was hostile. Yi Fan didn't waste any time and continued forward. After 10 li, he encountered a huge problem. There were more than 100 demonic bats, and he didn't show any mercy. If they dared to attack him, he would kill them with the golden book. In the end, a giant demonic bat that was 5 meters long and had a wingspan of 10 meters appeared and was smashed by his fist. Only then did the ancient mine quiet down. After advancing for more than 10 li, everything was silent. The ancient mine was pitch black and very gloomy. He muttered to himself, "Did I enter the danger zone?" Yi Fan advanced for another 7 or 8 li, neither fast nor slow. He advanced slowly and saw many stone carvings on the cave walls, which were left by the ancient people's knives and axes. It was a very simple pattern that recorded all kinds of things that happened in the past. Yi Fan didn't feel bored, but he looked at it patiently. At first, they were all very trivial things, but later on, there were many corpses in the carvings, and those people were all lying on the ground. Did the ancient people from hundreds of thousands of years ago want to leave something behind? The more Yi Fan looked, the more surprised he became. He felt that this was a story. In the end, these people dug out strange things, and more people died. Later, a creature with a single horn between its eyebrows appeared, and it was dug out from the mine by the ancient people. Everyone was almost wiped out. This person with a horn between his eyebrows had 6 arms and a pair of wings, and he looked down on the world. In the picture, he roared at the sky, the earth cracked, the mine collapsed, and underground magma spewed out. Yi Fan sucked in a cold breath of air. Could this be a creature from the divine source? Its roar shook heaven and earth. This type of power truly made one tremble in fear. No wonder so many people died. The later carvings were even more shocking. That horned humanoid creature actually knelt on the ground, kowtowing towards an enormous piece of divine source. Such a powerful creature is still trembling with fear, kowtowing to others? Yi Fan was greatly shaken. He impatiently looked at the next carving, wishing to see what the creature inside the exceptional divine source looked like, to see how it could have this type of power. In the following carving, the creature inside the exceptional divine source didn't appear, and it was still hazy. Even though it didn't appear in the world, there were endless corpses in the surroundings. Countless people collapsed, extending into the distance. What exactly is inside that piece of divine source? Yi Fan couldn't help but feel shocked. It didn't even appear in the world, yet there was already endless slaughter. According to the carvings, the number of people who died was uncountable, at least in the tens of thousands. In the next few carvings, the divine source was there, but no creature appeared. It only showed that there were more and more corpses around, piling up into mountains, and many of them were cultivators. The blood converged into a real river, meandering into the distance, just like the underworld. As for the creature with a horn on its forehead, 6 arms under its shoulders, and wings on its back, it knelt devoutly beside the divine source from beginning to end. Such a tragic thing happened hundreds of thousands of years ago. How many people died? According to the carvings, this land has clearly collapsed, so why does the ancient mine still exist? Yi Fan originally came to find the Book of Origin, but now he was deeply attracted by the carvings in the ancient mine. In the following carvings, the exceptional divine source was still very hazy, and no creature appeared, only human corpses piling up. And the humanoid creature kneeling in front of the divine source didn't make a move, and it kept kowtowing. The creature in this divine source was most likely a terror-level existence before the primeval age. Yi Fan couldn't help but be shocked. He continued to look, and the creature still didn't walk out of the divine source, but there were more and more corpses of cultivators around it, and blood dyed the ground red. In the end, a human expert shrouded in a halo descended from the sky, and everything began to change. It was impossible to see its appearance, and it was even impossible to tell whether it was male or female. Its entire body was surrounded by auspicious colors, and there was only the word Emperor carved above its head. The great emperor of ancient times. Yi Fan was shocked, and he quickly looked down. As expected of the great emperor who ruled over the world, he suppressed the humanoid creature with a horn on its forehead and devoutly guarding the divine source with one move, and directly smashed it into the ground. That kind of aura was majestic, and the ancient person used a simple style to carve out a bit of the soul, showing the supreme power of the great emperor. All directions cloud destruction, spirit-piercing rainbow, stars and moon trembling, this was the power of a great emperor. He suppressed the humanoid creature as soon as he made a move. In the following carvings, he directly attacked the divine source, but it was a pity that at this point, the walls of the ancient mine were broken, and the carvings were broken, so it was difficult to see the result. Skipping over this part, Yi Fan continued to look. He felt like he had returned to the ancient land hundreds of thousands of years ago, and he could feel the supreme power of the great emperor. The existence in the exceptional divine source was obviously very terrifying, and it was extremely powerful, forcing the great emperor to take out a weapon. It was a huge bell that was as tall as the sky, and it pressed down, covering the divine source. An extreme weapon. Yi Fan was shocked, and the power of the great emperor's weapon was indeed terrifying, and he had never seen such power before. It was as if the supreme power of the great emperor from hundreds of thousands of years ago was about to break through the wall. Yi Fan's heart was in turmoil, and the unparalleled divine might of the great emperor of ancient times made him yearn. In the next carving, the divine source cracked, and the creature inside still walked out. However, it only depicted her reaching out a delicate palm, and the stone wall behind it shattered again, so it couldn't be seen in its entirety. Yi Fan found it hard to calm down, and he quickly walked forward. However, after walking for a long distance, the stone wall was all broken, and the carvings had all fallen off. After all, hundreds of thousands of years had passed, and if it wasn't for the special materials in the mine, there was no way it could have been preserved until now, so it was normal for it to be destroyed. Only when he walked out 100 meters did the carving reappear. Unfortunately, the battle had already ended. The great emperor used the extreme weapon, the bell, to suppress the archaic creature, sealing it in the exceptional divine source. In the end, he still couldn't see the true appearance of that terrifying creature. A delicate palm like jade, it seems to belong to a woman, yet it is so powerful. Yi Fan sucked in a breath of cold air. The creatures of the archaic era were hard to fathom as expected, not dying in the divine source, and actually living until the future. However, he admired the great emperor even more, suppressing such a terrifying creature. As expected of an outstanding hero that overlooked the boundless world. Unfortunately, he couldn't see the course of that great battle. The 100-meter-long stone wall was destroyed, and it must have recorded the most exciting and intense scenes of the battle. Yi Fan walked forward another dozen or so meters, and finally finished looking at the last carving. The great emperor from the primordial era restored the earth to its original state, and then used the bell to suppress the divine source before flying towards a distant mountain. Purple Mountain. Yi Fan recognized the mountain at first glance. It was the Pearl of the Nine Dragons' Guard. After seeing all of this, he didn't move forward, and instead stood in place for a long time, silently thinking. This was a carving left behind by the ancients from hundreds of thousands of years ago, and it recorded some of the events of the past. All kinds of excavations of the ancient mine were recorded in the carving. This mine was under a mountain ridge, which was also under a so-called dragon vein. In this area, there were a total of 9 dragon veins, and they guarded a pearl. They definitely had divine source, so did this mean that there were terrifying creatures in every dragon vein? Could it be that similar things had happened to them, and they were finally suppressed by the great emperor? In the source area of the Yaoguang Holy Land, when the brilliance of the pyramid flowed and the green vitality reappeared, Yi Fan had seen the formation of the source with his own eyes. It was purely a coincidence that the creatures were sealed in the source. The source fluid dripped down and sealed the corpses on the ground. Did the tyrannical creatures from the primordial era here passively seal the source, or did they enter the dragon vein and sleep in the exceptional divine source? Logically speaking, once the divine source solidified, one couldn't enter. After all, the mine had already formed, and if one forcefully entered, the divine source would only shatter, and there was no way to protect it. This was a primitive source vein, and it wasn't man-made. However, Yi Fan didn't think it was so simple. If the tyrannical creatures from the primordial era sealed themselves in the divine source, then he could think of more. There were 9 dragon veins here, and there were at least 9 pieces of divine source. If there were terrifying creatures sealed in all of them, did they know each other? In the distant past, could it be that the 9 terrifying ancient creatures knew each other and made the same choice? Zhang Wuye's ancestor, the Yuan Taoist master, once said that only the great emperor could touch the general influence of this place. In the distant ancient times, those ancient creatures chose this place, and they dared to touch this general influence. Thinking further, Yi Fan thought of another terrifying result. There were tyrannical creatures from the primordial era who had already occupied this place. Did this mean that the Purple Mountain was also the same? If that was the case, and there was a terrifying creature in each of the 9 dragon veins, what were they guarding? Only the great emperor could touch the general influence of this place. The great emperor of the human race was a latecomer, and when he appeared, other races had already occupied this place. Yes, according to this speculation, that great emperor had come too late. Everything is in the Purple Mountain. Yi Fan understood that the root of everything was ultimately concentrated in the Purple Mountain. Chapter 191. The pitch-black ancient mine was silent. Yi Fan stood there for a long time and thought about many things. In the end, he didn't change his mind and chose to move forward. He moved forward alone at a steady pace, observing everything around him. However, there were no more carvings on the rock walls. Everything just now was over. After moving forward for more than 30 miles, the soil suddenly became soft. When he stepped on it, the soles of his feet completely sank into it and turned gray. At first, Yi Fan didn't care. However, after walking for thousands of feet, he felt that it was getting colder and colder. The yin qi here was extremely heavy, like the north wind blowing snow on his body. When he stepped on a hard object and made a cracking sound, Yi Fan suddenly understood what kind of place he had come to. The gray on the ground was not ordinary soil, but bone ashes. There were still bones that had not completely melted inside. The yin qi was emitted by these bone ashes. He was a cultivator, so he was not afraid. However, he had to think about how many human bones were needed to accumulate these bone ashes. Soon, he thought of the peerless God source in this dragon vein. When it was born, there were mountains of bones and rivers of blood. Was it caused by that horrible creature from more than 100,000 years ago? Those source gatherers in the past all rested here. After walking for a long time, there was still no end to the gray bone ashes. There was a thick layer of them in the ancient mine. Crack. After walking for hundreds of meters, the bone ashes finally disappeared. Instead, there were dry bones everywhere. They had long decayed. With a light step, they would turn into ashes. Under the power of time, nothing could last long. At this place, the ancient mine was like an icehouse. The cold air was like a knife scraping people's skin. No wonder the demon bats live here. As recorded in the ancient books, they like to live on the edge of the great ominous place. Yi Fan was on high alert. He didn't want to lose his life in the ancient mine before entering the Purple Mountain. Woo! The chilly wind whistled, shadows were indistinct, and in this pile of bones, hazy ghostly figures appeared one after another. They were very faint. Is there really such a thing? Yi Fan was surprised. He raised the stone knife in his hand and walked forward resolutely. This 2-foot-long ancient knife seemed to have the power to repel evil spirits. Those shadows all retreated. Walala. From the pile of bones in front of him came the sound of iron chains. Yi Fan's heart chilled as he felt a cold and gloomy baleful aura. He stuck close to the wall of the mine and silently moved forward. His aura was completely concealed by the stone clothes, so not a single drop leaked out. Just over 1,000 feet away, there was a pitch-black hole in the rock wall of the mine, and the sound of iron chains swaying was coming from it. That hole was extremely deep, and the bone-piercing coldness made one's heart tremble. It turned into a tangible substance and seeped out. When it came into contact with one's skin, one would feel as if they were being pricked by needles. Yi Fan hurriedly put down the hood of the stone helmet, covering his eyes and face. In the depths of the black hole, there was an inaudible roar, accompanied by the sound of iron chains shaking, as if a ferocious creature had been locked up. One could clearly see that there were many ghostly shadows among the pile of bones. Following the roar, they shattered and turned into Yin Chi, which was then swallowed into the black hole. What is this thing? Yi Fan frowned. It was definitely not a good thing. It was probably a super ferocious creature. One had to know that many source gatherers and cultivators had died here more than 100,000 years ago. Blood flowed like rivers, and after so many years, it was normal for a ferocious spirit to be born. Who cares what it is, as long as it doesn't block my way? He secretly estimated and felt that the ferocious creature wouldn't rush out. He carefully circled around it and continued walking into the depths of the mine. Perhaps this stone robe really does have some strange effects. I can't let anything dirty touch me. After a long distance, the pile of bones finally disappeared. The inside of the ancient mine was very dry, and there was nothing left. Yi Fan estimated the distance and found that he was about 35 miles deep. He probably wasn't too far from the Purple Mountain. After walking for another 4 or 5 miles, there was actually a flickering light in front of him. It was very gentle. This surprised Yi Fan. He had just walked past the pile of bones. In his opinion, he must have entered a place of great danger and would be even more dangerous. However, just a few miles away, there was a strong spiritual chi blowing over, making people feel peaceful. I just walked out of the pile of corpses, and a pure land appeared. The cry of a crane came from ahead. This was not an illusion, because he had really seen it. After walking for a few miles, a bright world appeared in front of him. The ancient mine was no longer dark. Soft light flowed, and it was peaceful and holy. This is the aura of Source. Although it was bright, he couldn't see very far. The flowing mist blocked people's sight. Yi Fan was a little dazed. The mist was formed after the source was dissolved, and it was the vigorous essence of life. The essence of the spiritual source is overflowing. There must be a large amount of source here. Yi Fan searched but found nothing. Origin chi fluttered, and colorful lights flowed. A crane spread its wings and soared in the ancient mine as if it didn't see him. This is... Yi Fan was quite surprised. Roar. Then he saw an earth dragon with a lizard body and dragon scales. It crawled by not far away, and its huge body looked very heavy. Then, a flock of fiery red birds flew by, flapping their wings, causing the air to surge violently. How can there be creatures? He was wearing a stone coat, so these creatures didn't feel his aura. He stood in the field in a daze. According to Yi Fan's understanding, this was a dead land, and there couldn't be anything here, but he couldn't understand it. Origin Qi. It's formed by origin Qi. Yi Fan was suddenly shocked and said, "There can't be such a creature underground. There is a source of God here." He thought of the legends he had heard in the stone village. Some source of God would turn into all kinds of strange creatures after it was leaked, running and roaring in the surroundings. He was suddenly excited. If he could find the source of God, it would be a great harvest. It was a treasure that even the Holy Land would fight for, and they would not hesitate to fall out with. Yi Fan held the stone knife in his hand, stood in front of him, and searched in the dense spirit Qi. Crack. The sound of bones cracking came from under his feet. He frowned. There were so many bones in such a peaceful place. Hey, this is... Yi Fan was shocked. These bones couldn't have been left behind hundreds of thousands of years ago. They were very hard and had a flowing luster. He squatted down in the fog and carefully observed. He saw more than a dozen skeletons one after another. Some of the skeletons were thousands of years old, while some seemed to be only a few hundred years old. It seems that people have mistakenly entered this place over the years. Yi Fan was shocked. These people had died here. This peaceful place was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Cranes, earth dragons, fiery red birds, and other creatures were circling and running everywhere. In addition, Yi Fan found many huge pits, full of fossils and skeletons, all of which belonged to some strange primordial creatures. He felt that this place was very strange. He slowly moved forward in the ancient mine. After walking for more than a mile, he finally came to the place where the spirit Qi was the densest. In addition, he felt a terrible killing intent here, and his heart was palpitating. Just in front of him, there were two bottomless holes. One was filled with spirit Qi, and Genesis Qi was constantly rolling up, while the other was filled with a murderous aura. It was even more terrifying than the sharpest sword light, making people's hearts tremble. The two were very close to each other, and around them, there was silence. Yin-yang eyes. Yi Fan was really surprised. These two black holes were very similar to the yin-yang eyes in the Taiji diagram. If a circle was drawn around them, it would simply be a natural Taiji diagram. In fact, they were indeed operating like this. The hole that spewed Genesis Qi was surrounded by bones and fossils, and the murderous aura was dense. The hole that shot out the murderous aura was surrounded by shining brilliance, and origin stones were everywhere. Carrying yin to embrace yang, carrying yang to embrace yin. This was completely a natural Taiji diagram, not artificially carved. This was the mighty power of nature. It contains the divine power of the Great Path. Yi Fan's heart trembled. No wonder the Yuan Taoist master of the Zhang family had repeatedly stressed that the general trend of this place could not be changed. One could know the general trend by looking at a spot, and one could know the coldness of winter by looking at the ice under the eaves. Before entering the Purple Mountain, he had already seen such a landscape. One could imagine the horror of this place. It was indeed a natural Taiji diagram. Genesis Qi and murderous aura flowed together, cutting off the front. In front of this natural Taiji diagram, Yi Fan saw many dry bones. He had to squat down to carefully observe them. If the ancestor of the Zhang family had died here, there was no need for him to continue forward. There were more than 20 dry bones in total. Judging from their bones, they had existed for thousands to tens of thousands of years, and all of them were pierced by the sword Qi. Yi Fan picked up a dry bone and threw it at the natural Taiji diagram. Qi. Genesis Qi and murderous aura flowed, forming thousands of sword Qi. The dry bone was instantly turned into ashes. He used his divine power and tried to break the surrounding walls to find another way out. However, the god diagram had a spirit. Sword Qi crisscrossed and slashed at it. The supreme power formed by nature made Yi Fan's heart turn cold. With such a god diagram blocking his way, how could he get past? It was simply invincible. Yi Fan carefully examined the bones on the ground. They should have been experts, but none of them could get past. They were all pierced and killed here. One of the bones even had specks of silver light. The bone structure was very special. It was obvious that it was a top expert, but it still couldn't escape the fate of death. Yi Fan searched carefully and found many broken weapons. He even found a jade pendant in front of a delicate skeleton. The two words, Jade Pool, were carved on it. This made his heart skip a beat. He searched carefully, but there were no other relics, let alone the Jade Pool mantra that he needed. How do I get past? According to Yi Fan's knowledge, the ancestor of the Zhang family 1,000 years ago didn't have a very high cultivation level. He couldn't have gone far. Where he can reach, I should be able to reach too. Did he shatter here, or did he enter inside? Yi Fan paced back and forth outside the Taiji diagram. He took out the myriad chi cauldron and gritted his teeth. He was ready to see if the cauldron could withstand such sword chi. Rumble. Suddenly, he found an unusual phenomenon. The Taiji diagram was sometimes completely shrouded in murderous aura, and sometimes completely shrouded in Genesis chi. It wasn't always yin and yang circulating. Occasionally, there would be solitary yin and solitary yang, forming a single pole. Such sword chi was even more terrifying. The terrifying waves made Yi Fan's heart turn cold. However, at this time, he found a trace of abnormality. Whenever there was a solitary yang, which was when the god source hole erupted alone, his stone clothes and stone saber would glow. Chapter 192. His heart skipped a beat. This was the old skin of the source of God. There was a subtle connection between the two. Maybe the sword chi formed by the source of God won't shatter the stone clothes. With this thought, Yi Fan immediately took action. When the solitary sun was formed, the source of God transformed into a shocking sword chi. He extended the stone knife. In an instant, he felt a huge impact, like a raging river crashing against a wooden raft. The stone knife did not shatter, but it almost flew out of his hand. Yi Fan was tongue-tied. He sighed, the relationship between all living things is too mysterious. The sword energy formed by the peerless divine source is unstoppable, but it is harmless to the stone skin that wraps around it. Other than the Yuan Taoist master's lineage, no cultivator would know of such a restraining relationship. The divine diagram of nature, which even top cultivators could not do anything about, could be broken just like that. So, 1,000 years ago, the ancestor of the Zhang clan really walked in. Yi Fan really hoped that the other party did not go too far. That way, he could have a chance to find him. His life was the most important. This was his bottom line. If there was real danger, he could only give up. He could fight for opportunities, but not his life. In front of the divine diagram of nature, there was a thick layer of bone dust. Who knew how many cultivators had been crushed here over the years? As for the dozens of skeletons behind him, the fact that they could be preserved was enough to show how powerful they were. They were definitely peerless cultivators. Even the sword chi in the Tai Chi diagram could not shatter them. I remember that many of the skeletons in the bronze divine palace had a jade-like luster, and there is one here. Yi Fan turned around and looked at the silver skeleton. He could not calm down. That was definitely a peerless cultivator from the Eastern Barren Territory, but he died here. He was very shocked. Sometimes, just having great power is not enough. I need the right method. Yi Fan waited for half an hour until the solitary sun reappeared. He took off the stone clothes and tried again. Finally, he was sure that he could pass. Below this place, there is a source of God. Unfortunately, it has formed the divine diagram of nature. I can't even dig it up. An hour later, Yi Fan adjusted himself to his peak state and prepared to cross the terrifying divine map. I wonder what kind of place lies behind this divine map. It should be at the bottom of the Purple Mountain, right? The instant the solitary sun rose, he turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed forward. The exceptional sword chi was resplendent and shot from the extreme of yang to the extreme of yin, enveloping the entire divine diagram. Tens of thousands of sword rays shot out. However, when it came into contact with Shi, the sword chi turned into a ripple and did not penetrate it. The rock skin of the source of God really did have a spiritual nature. It emitted a gentle holy light and protected Yi Fan safely. Whoosh! He passed through the wave-like curtain of light and came to the other side. He crashed into the stone wall with a bang. At the end of the ancient mine, there was a purple stone wall blocking the way. Purple Mountain. Yi Fan knew that he had finally arrived at the bottom of the Purple Mountain. After looking around for a while, he did not find anything out of the ordinary. He took out the golden book and split open the purple boulder, walking deeper. He was surprised to find that as he moved forward, the tunnel behind him closed quickly. The Purple Mountain seemed to be alive, and the broken parts were quickly restored. Yi Fan felt something was wrong. He went back and soon rushed out again. It's not as bad as I thought. In the end, along the way, Yi Fan left many imprints of his divine sense as a mark. He continued to dig into the Purple Mountain and moved forward. Boom! After the last loud sound, his vision became hazy. In front of him, there were azure jade stairs and white jade doors. A magnificent building appeared. He finally arrived at his destination and entered the Purple Mountain. Yi Fan did not act rashly. He quietly sensed here and did not sense any fluctuations of life. Then, he went up the stairs. This was a cave residence carved in the Purple Mountain. He walked up the azure jade stairs and entered the white jade door. It was very quiet, as cold as the Moon Palace. There are 9 dragon veins in total, which means there should be 9 entrances to the Purple Mountain. In addition, there must be a living primordial creature inside. The divine source recorded in the ancient mine should be here. Yi Fan's heart was pounding. That creature from hundreds of thousands of years ago was too terrifying and powerful. Only a great emperor could suppress it. This palace was empty. There was nothing left. It was all carved out of ancient jade. There was not a word left behind. Yi Fan took out the emperor jade he had obtained and hung it on his body like a jade pendant. It should not have any bad effects. The palaces and pavilions were all carved out of ancient jade. They could be called exquisite jade palaces. Yi Fan walked around but did not find anything strange. Finally, he saw more than 10 blood jade stairs at the end of this building. They led to a deep cave residence. This exquisite jade palace is just a door. This is the passage to the depths of the Purple Mountain. Yi Fan walked forward. After a short distance, he suddenly saw a line of words on the purple stone wall. Divine King Jiang Taishu entered the Demon Mountain by mistake and decided to take a look. Yi Fan was quite shocked. A divine king of the East Wilderness had actually been here and walked in. His surname is Jiang. He is most likely from the Jiang family of the remote antiquity. These words were written with great force and contained a kind of Tao realm. It made one feel as if the aura of a god was circulating, as if a god king was standing before them. This is probably a divine king of the East Wilderness. Yi Fan's heart trembled. He muttered to himself, otherwise, he would not have been able to force his way through the naturally formed divine map with absolute strength. Yi Fan caressed the words with his hand and felt that they were carved at least 4,000 years ago. He took a few steps forward and saw another line of words. It was carved, Rogue Cultivator Li Mu explored the Demon Mountain. Yi Fan was surprised. This line of words should be even older. Looking at the gray marks, it must have existed for at least 10,000 years. This is definitely a powerful rogue cultivator. 5 steps away, a line of delicate words was like a lotus in the water. It was fresh as if it was alive. Jade Lake Saintess Yang Yi is looking for Zhang Lin. She stayed before entering the Demon Mountain. Yi Fan was very surprised. Even the Jade Lake Saintess had been here before. Zhang Lin. Isn't the first ancestor of the Zhang family called Zhang Lin? Yi Fan was tongue-tied. The Yuan Taoist master had a good relationship with Jade Lake, and the Saintess was his confidant. Could it be the Jade Lake Saintess from 10,000 years ago? Yi Fan sighed in his heart. That Saintess traveled all over the northern region and finally disappeared. Unexpectedly, she came here. She was loyal to the Yuan Taoist master. What a pity. Yi Fan did not know what happened to the divine king Jiang Taishu and the rogue cultivator Gu Tianshu, but he was sure that the saintess did not come out. Otherwise, she would not have disappeared. He said, "You built a cenotaph for Zhang Lin. Who built a tombstone for you?" After walking 40 or 50 steps forward, Yi Fan saw more than 30 lines of words. Some of them were very old and had disappeared in the East Wilderness for tens of thousands of years. Among them, the oldest line of words was even engraved with an age. After careful calculation, it was more than 70,000 years ago. Finally, Yi Fan saw a line of words that were not deeply engraved. It was obvious that the person's cultivation was not strong enough to be compared to others. This kind of engraving can't be too old. Yi Fan looked at it carefully. It was clearly written, after the Yuan Taoist master Zhang Lin, Zhang Jie left it before entering Mount Emperor. Only he called this mountain Emperor Mountain. The others called it Devil Mountain. Yes, it's him. Yi Fan was sure that it was Zhang Wuye's ancestor. This kind of engraving was about 1,000 years old. His cultivation is really not high. I hope he doesn't go too far. Otherwise, I can only retreat. Seeing that the words left by these people all contained Taoist connotation, Yi Fan knew that this place was more terrible than he had imagined. He had a feeling that these strong people did not come out alive. They all died inside. In these endless years, a total of 37 people have left their engravings here. After careful comparison, Yi Fan thought that the person named Gu Tianshu from 70,000 years ago was the most powerful, followed by the divine king Jiang Taishu from 4,000 years ago. Gu Tianshu's engravings have been left for 70,000 years, but the Taoist connotation is still lingering. I really don't know how terrifying he was. He was even stronger than the divine king. However, he was not so shocked because Crazy Ol was such a person. He had killed a divine king in the advanced level. The Peacock King said it himself, so it should not be false. The third strongest among them was Yang Yi, the Jade Lake Saint. Those words seemed to have a life of their own, swaying like lotus flowers. The weakest was naturally Zhang Jie. He was an origin-seeking master. The others entered with their own strength, but he entered with his stone clothes. Zhang Jie, brother Zhang, don't go too far. Both of us came in through trickery. Hurry up and let me find you. Yi Fan muttered to himself. Many strong people called this place the Demon Mountain. He did not think that he could be stronger than them. The only thing that makes me feel at ease is that Brother Zhang's cultivation is really not that great. I'll be fine as long as I can be stronger than him. The Purple Cave residence had a complicated terrain. It looked like a natural cave, but it also looked like an ancient mine left behind from the excavation of the source vein. Inside the Purple Mountain, misty purple splendor flowed. It was not very dim, but it gave people a feeling of haziness. Yi Fan walked forward, passing by several abandoned mines. For some reason, he felt his heart palpitate more and more. Right in the depths of the Purple Mountain, there seemed to be a terrifying demonic power summoning him. He could not resist it and could not help but walk in a certain direction. How could this be? Yi Fan bit his lips to keep himself awake. At the same time, he activated the mysterious method recorded in the Taoist scripture. What on earth is inside this Purple Mountain? At that moment, Yi Fan's sacred body of the ancients showed its extraordinariness. The green lotus in his body swayed, and the 3 leaves seemed to give birth to all things. They emitted a mysterious splendor that shrouded Yi Fan. At the same time, spots of light flowed on the stone clothes, showing its spirituality. The demonic summoning suddenly weakened. It's over. Brother Zhang from 1,000 years ago must have been summoned inside. It's going to be harder for me to find the tome of the origin of heaven. A bad feeling rose in Yi Fan's heart, and a strong sense of unease surged in his heart. That kind of demonic power, could it be emitted by a primordial creature? The Purple Cave residence had countless caves that were very irregular. Yi Fan almost got lost, but he gritted his teeth and continued forward for a while. He hoped that Zhang Jie's strength was weak and that he could not go far. At that moment, the green lotus in Yifan's sea of sufferings appeared on its own for some reason. It accompanied him and shrouded him in a misty fog. It seems that I've entered a place of great evil. My body was stimulated, and this is why I reacted like this. Not long after, Yifan found 7 skeletons in a row. All of them shone with a jade-like luster. It was obvious that they were left by peerless powerhouses. Without exception, the cause of their deaths was the same. There were clear finger holes in their skulls. They were killed with a single blow, and their consciousness was shattered. This is... Yifan turned around and left. Over the endless years, a total of 37 people had entered this place. 7 of them had died here, and this was only the periphery. It was too dangerous. He came here to fight for opportunities, not to risk his life. Zhang Jie's cultivation is low. Why haven't I seen his corpse? The bones with the jade-like luster can't be him. Suddenly, the demonic summoning power became stronger. Yifan quickly ran back. There's no need to run. You're safe for now. An abrupt voice rang in Yifan's ears, shocking him. Who are you? The voice came from another direction. It was not the demonic power in the depths of the Purple Mountain. It was extremely weak, as if it could die at any moment. Speak. Who are you? Yifan asked. Divine King. Jiang Taishu. The weak voice was almost inaudible. It was not coherent at all. However, in Yifan's ears, these 5 words were as deafening as heavenly thunder. A large success, Divine King, he was still alive. Chapter 193. Taishu referred to the appearance of the Tao. The Tao was grand and empty, and also referred to the Great Way. Using these 2 words as a name showed that he was indeed bold. If he had such strength, it would be even more awe-inspiring. Divine King Jiang Taishu. These 5 words were like thunder in the sky, shaking people's souls and leaving Yifan in a daze. He really couldn't believe that there was a living cultivator here, and an advanced divine king at that. 4,000 years. He thought of the carvings on the outside. They were probably left 4,000 years ago. According to ancient records, after a divine king reached the advanced divine king level, he could live for thousands of years. His vitality was extremely long, and it was difficult for him to die. Yes, that's it. Yifan instantly understood. This was an advanced divine king, and he indeed had the ability to live for 4,000 years. After a divine body matured, he could live for a long time, enough to protect a family for thousands of years, and reach an extremely prosperous state. I met an Eastern Wilderness divine king. Yifan was extremely shocked. This was a true peerless figure. If the Jiang family knew that a member of their family was here, and an advanced divine king at that, they would definitely go crazy and use all their power to rescue him. This is really unbelievable. This showed how terrifying the Purple Mountain was. An Eastern Wilderness divine king was trapped here, suffering for so long and still unable to escape. You, come here. The old voice was extremely weak, as if it could die at any time. Yifan found his direction, walked along the winding cave, and stopped after a dozen steps. He said, Senior, where are you? I'm in front. Divine King Jiang Taishu responded weakly. Is there anything I can help you with? Yifan stood still and sent a telepathic message in the cave. However, there was only silence in the depths of the cave. There was no response for a long time. Senior, what's wrong? After an hour, the weak voice came again. I'm like a lamp that's out of oil. I can't keep using telepathy. Even a powerful divine king would find it hard to endure after being trapped for 4,000 years. If it were any other cultivator, they would have already turned to dust and decayed for thousands of years. Your realm is? Divine King Jiang Taishu asked. The Nirvana realm, Yifan thought for a while and answered truthfully. You imitated the ancient sages, and cultivated a single secret realm? The Eastern Wilderness Divine King asked. I have only cultivated for 4 years. I don't know how to cultivate a single secret realm. Now I am only in the normal nirvana realm. A heavy sigh rang out, seemingly filled with incomparable despair, as though all of the divine king's strength had been sucked away. He did not speak for a long time, not saying anything. "Senior, are you all right?" Yi Fan asked. After another hour, the other party seemed to have accumulated enough strength. He was extremely disappointed, and his voice was lonely and lifeless as he said, "You are too weak." Yi Fan didn't know how to respond. How could he compare to a god king who had reached the great perfection realm? Since ancient times, there were not many people who could not lower their heads. "Your cultivation is so weak. How did you get in?" Divine King Jiang Taishu was puzzled. "I was wearing a special stone robe and was lucky enough to walk in. 1,000 years ago. Just like that person, Senior, you have seen that person." "Where did he go?" Yi Fan asked. He had come for the book of source of heavenly scripture. He had wanted to give up, but now he had hope again. "He died, in the depths of the demonic mountain." Jiang Taishu's words were intermittent. It was difficult to have a formal conversation with him, and he had to wait for a while for every sentence. "Can I get there?" Yi Fan asked. "I don't know." The Eastern Wilderness Divine King did not want to say more. Every sentence would burn a part of his energy, and every response was the briefest of words. During this process, Yi Fan looked calm, but his heart was in turmoil. The Book of Source of Heavenly Scripture was a rare and precious book, but the Divine King of the Jiang family was a living ancient scripture, and he had mastered all kinds of supreme secret techniques. Used 4 years, to cultivate to the nirvana realm, not too fast or too slow. Divine King Jiang Taishu muttered to himself. Yi Fan thought of something and said, "In fact, if I can cultivate the most powerful heart technique, the time can be greatly shortened." The weak Divine King did not respond. He seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep, and there was no more sound. This time, a full 6 hours passed before Jiang Taishu spoke again. He said, "Come forward. I'll teach you." These 6 words seemed to have sucked away the last of his strength, and he fell silent again after he finished speaking. Under normal circumstances, no one could stand it. It was easy to lose one's patience and only speak after such a long time. However, Yi Fan was very calm, and he waited patiently. He hesitated for a moment, and then strode forward. On the purple rocks, there were spots of hazy brilliance flowing. The inside of the purple mountain was not dark, but it was not bright either. At best, it was only hazy. The ground was very uneven and full of potholes. Yi Fan walked along the winding passage from an abandoned cave to another ancient mine. On the rock walls of the ancient mine, many stone bones were faintly discernible, and it was a shocking sight. Yes, many fossils of creatures from the primordial age had merged with the purple mountain. Yi Fan walked 1,000 feet in the ancient mine and came to the end. In front of him, a purple wall was very smooth, like crystal jade, and it was so bright that one could see one's reflection. This place was spacious and empty. It was completely silent, and he was the only one standing there. "Senior, are you here?" Yi Fan searched but didn't find anything. In front of him, the purple jade wall was bright and clean, and it clearly reflected his figure. However, at this moment, he felt a chill down his spine. In the purple jade wall, there was not only his figure, but also another tall and ferocious figure, with a single horn between its eyebrows, 6 arms under its shoulders, a pair of wings on its back, and a body covered with fine scales. Yi Fan felt a chill on his scalp. He quickly dodged, and then turned around to look. However, there was nothing behind him, and there was nothing. Under normal circumstances, you can't see it. The old voice of the Divine King came from the rock wall. Yi Fan turned around to look at the purple jade wall, and found that the humanoid creature was particularly ghastly and ferocious, with a wide mouth and sharp teeth, still standing behind him. Formless evil thoughts. Except for the jade wall, it can't reflect. Jiang Taishu said with difficulty. It took him a long time to finish saying a few dozen words, and Yi Fan had a preliminary understanding of it. This was the formless evil thought sent by the primordial creature, and it could automatically lock on to living beings. The only thing worth rejoicing was that the creature had not woken up yet. Yi Fan's heart trembled. He was no stranger to this creature. Before entering the Purple Mountain, he had seen its figure in the stone carvings, piously kneeling by the source of God, and fiercely powerful when facing humans. "Senior, where are you?" "In the rock." Beside the purple jade wall at the end of the ancient mine, there was a rough rock wall, and Jiang Taishu's voice came from it. "I'll teach you one move, and see how your comprehension is." The voice of the divine king of the eastern wilderness was getting weaker and weaker. Yi Fan calmed his mind and stood there for a full 4 hours. Suddenly, a withered figure appeared in the rock wall. Yes, through the rough rock wall, a shadow was clearly outlined, and its bones could be seen clearly. It was not much better than a skeleton. Its long hair was longer than its body, trailing behind its skinny body. It only made a strange posture, and then it fell on its back. Yi Fan was shocked. The reflection of the opponent through the wall was not the real body, but it made him feel a sense of Tao. At the same time, a very short mnemonic formula was transmitted into his heart, which was difficult and profound. The withered figure in the rock wall had long disappeared, and it was rough and uneven. Yi Fan stepped back dozens of feet, holding the Bodhi bead in his hand, silently experiencing this strange posture, and then seriously comprehending and cultivating it. In just a short moment, Yi Fan's attention was completely drawn to it. This was an extremely terrifying attack technique, its power strangely great. It was not limited to fists and fingers, nor was it limited to leg techniques. It could attack anywhere on the body, and every inch of skin could burst out terrible power. What kind of secret method is this? Yi Fan was shocked. This method was very strange, but extremely horrifying. His body was as hard as divine iron, and if he cultivated this method, it would be even more horrifying. This attack method was too suitable for him. However, this seemed to be just a starting posture, and not complete. Even so, Yi Fan had a glimpse of its mystery, and the subsequent development would definitely be earth-shattering. The starting posture is already so horrifying. Yi Fan was shocked. He felt that this must be a supreme secret method. In the next few days, he cultivated diligently, silently comprehending, and found it more and more profound. Is this the precious secret method recorded in the Jiang family's ancient scriptures? Yi Fan felt that this secret method must have a great origin. He was seriously lacking in offensive methods. Although he cultivated 3 supreme secret methods, one of the 9 secrets, Crazy Ole's footwork, and the Great Void technique, they were not good at attacking, and this secret method just happened to make up for his current shortcomings. As for the Grand Palm of Void, he only had an incomplete form, and it was difficult for him to exert its true power. While comprehending the starting posture of this secret method, Yi Fan was surprised to find that another secret method in his body was running on its own. This is... He was wild with joy. One of the 9 secrets obtained in the Taishan Humble Peak could increase one's combat strength by 10 times, and now it was running on its own. He suddenly thought that what Jiang Taishu taught him was not the Jiang family's ancient scriptures, but one of the 9 secrets. It was said that when these 9 secret methods were used together, they would promote each other, become smoother, and their power would soar. What he taught me was the starting posture. If I get the complete secret method, how strong will my attack be? The power of the 9 secrets was so strong that it was said to have aroused the jealousy of the heavens. Countless years ago, it was broken up and scattered all over the world. Since then, it had never been gathered again, and some had been completely lost. Jiang Taishu, the divine king, has mastered one of these secret methods, and it is an offensive method. Yi Fan was extremely excited. Although the mnemonic formula was profound, it was very short. With the Bodhi bead in hand, Yi Fan had studied it for 7 days straight, and had basically mastered the starting posture. However, the divine king of the eastern wilderness seemed to have passed away, and there was no sound from him anymore. He tried to communicate with him several times, but there was no response. These days, Yi Fan felt a little uneasy. The demonic calling in the depths of the Purple Mountain was getting stronger and stronger. It was as if his body did not belong to him, and it wanted to answer the call. Chapter 194. For half a month, Divine King Jiang did not make a sound. It was as if he had passed away in a sitting position on the rock wall. Yi Fan had fully comprehended the starting gesture and found it more and more mysterious. The power of the attack shocked him. He vaguely felt that if it was a complete secret method, its power would be above the giant palm of void. This was a supreme attack technique, the Battle Saint technique. On the 17th day, Divine King Jiang Taishu woke up and said in a weak voice, "Have you comprehended it, Senior? You are finally awake." Yi Fan let out a long sigh. His opponent was not in a good state and could die at any time. He said, "I have mastered the first step." "Do it." Jiang Taishu wanted to see the result. Yi Fan did not hold back. His body moved with the magical method and he made the starting gesture. At this moment, he could not help but feel a strong desire to fight through the sky. All this was because of this supreme secret method. It changed people's temperament as if they were possessed by the god of war. A strong force suddenly surged out. "Very good," Jiang Taishu said with satisfaction when he saw that Yi Fan was able to hold back this horrible attack. "Senior, what can I do to help you?" He felt that Jiang Taishu must have something to ask of him when he taught him the secret method. Jiang Taishu seemed regretful and said, "You are too weak." Yi Fan did not say anything and quietly waited for the other to speak. Swish! On the rough rock wall, a withered figure appeared again. Its ribs were everywhere, and its legs were as thin as firewood. It was a shadow without any flesh or blood. The shadow continued to make various gestures, and at the same time, a pithy formula was transmitted into Yi Fan's mind. The gestures were so fast that it was dazzling. Although there was no fluctuation of divine power, Yi Fan felt a terrible pressure. Jiang Taishu was really like a god. Even though it was only a shadow, countless halos appeared on the rock wall and enveloped him. At this moment, everything else was ignored. Even the demonic calling from the depths of the purple mountain seemed to have suddenly weakened to the extreme. Jiang Taishu's shadow reflected on the stone wall had an imposing aura of supremacy. This kind of battle intent made people tremble. He was simply the incarnation of a battle saint. This was the first time that Yi Fan was so surprised. He was completely shocked by this secret technique. If his spiritual sense wasn't strong enough, if he didn't have the Bodhi seed in his hand, he wouldn't have been able to fully grasp it. This kind of supreme secret technique was extremely complicated. The offensive technique was endless, and every inch of flesh and blood was the most powerful weapon. In the end, Jiang Taishu's body became slower and slower, and the complicated changes suddenly became simple. Thousands of changes became one, the Great Way was simplified, and all attacks were gathered in one technique. His withered body turned from complexity to simplicity. His entire being was like the great Tao had given birth to one, eternally unchanging, condensing there. All changes are methods, and the final convergence is the origin. Yi Fan looked at the frozen figure. His physical body actually felt like it was about to collapse. His soul was also not stable, as though it was about to dissipate. This is too terrible. He didn't spit out his divine power, but only showed his form. It's already unbearable. It's really the Battle Saint technique. I'm afraid it's difficult to find such an offensive technique in the world. This kind of supreme secret technique actually has only one move. Returning to the origin, it can develop all kinds of techniques. Yi Fan held the Bodhi seed in his hand and felt it in his heart. Boom! The opponent seemed to have heard Yi Fan's thoughts. The rough stone wall shook for a while, and the shadow fixed on it suddenly fell down. Yi Fan silently recited the formula of this secret technique in his heart. It was generally not long, but it was very difficult. Images emerged in front of his eyes, and Jiang Taishu's every move was replayed in his heart. The supreme secret technique of attack. Yi Fan used his body to make seals, and the changes were ever-changing. At first, he imitated Jiang Taishu, but in the end, he slowly grasped the essence, and only developed the wonderful state of returning to the origin. After grasping its essence, the form would appear on its own, and it could transform into thousands of forms. After grasping the essence, all other forms could appear. Yi Fan was in a wonderful state. 10 days had passed, and he had been immersed in it. His body moved like a dream. He was using his body to make seals. Not just hand seals, but every inch of his flesh and blood was a part of the Taoist seal. His whole person was like Taishu, like the appearance of the Taoist, and he wanted to show the invisible great way into a tangible form. Finally, his heart trembled, and an everlasting figure emerged. The ever-changing forms became one, and the only form was formed. One form summed up the whole secret technique. This was the Battle Saint technique. Only then did Yi Fan completely wake up. He suddenly understood that this secret technique was focused on killing, and had unparalleled offensive power, regardless of other aspects. It didn't mean that he had completely mastered this secret technique, but he understood its essence, knew how to cultivate it, and how to improve it. The Divine King of a generation personally evolved it, which was a great help to him. He saw the origin of the secret technique, grasped its essence, and firmly imprinted the form of unity. Sooner or later, he could fully master it and derive his own means of attack. The 9 secrets were mysterious and powerful, and each secret technique was earth-shattering. The secret technique obtained in Taishan Humble Peak could superimpose combat power 10 times, which could be regarded as an unparalleled technique. If it was exerted, any opponent would tremble. The secret technique passed down by Divine King Jiang had extremely terrifying attack power, and it was difficult to surpass it. Yi Fan thought that even the Grand Palm of the Void couldn't compare with it. In this way, the 9 secret techniques contained in the 9 secrets are probably the ultimate combination. If I can master them all, how powerful will I be? Yi Fan had been cultivating in the ancient mind for many days, but he still didn't see Divine King Jiang Taishu wake up. His heart sank, and he felt that Jiang Taishu might really be at the end of his rope. What did it mean to suffer for 4,000 years? On the other side of the starry sky, 2,000 years could be traced back to the Qin and Han dynasties. It was easy to say that 4,000 years had passed, but if one thought about it carefully, the world had turned into mulberry fields, and the years were long. Who knew how many dynasties had risen and fallen in the world? Yi Fan had been guarding against Divine King Jiang. After all, he had experienced too many dangers since he came to this world. At this moment, Divine King Jiang was silent. He could only sigh and silently bow to the rock wall. He had no time to waste. The Purple Mountain was full of unknowns. It was a place of great danger, and he couldn't stay for long. Yi Fan left the ancient mine and came to a vast cave residence. He hesitated for a while. Should he just leave? He was a little unwilling. He didn't get the Book of Source Heaven that he needed the most. In the depths of the Purple Mountain, the summoning power was getting stronger, which made him feel very uneasy. Why didn't the great emperor kill them hundreds of thousands of years ago? What did he want to do? Zhang Jie called this place Mount Emperor, and others called it Devil Mountain. Is there something else? After thinking for a while, Yi Fan didn't leave immediately. According to Jiang Taishu, the danger hadn't really arrived yet. Maybe he could go forward for a while. He decided to fight for the last time. He walked hundreds of meters into the depths of the Purple Mountain. The stone clothes on his body were overflowing with light. He suddenly thought of something. Was there a divine source? The cave was deep and led to an open ancient mine. Here, his stone clothes kept shining, and the stone knife and stone star plate were also flowing with light. This is such rich source qi. Yi Fan was shocked. There must be a lot of source qi in the depths of this ancient mine. The power of the demonic summoning was in another direction, not in this ancient mine. He walked forward boldly with confidence. This time, he walked for more than 2 kilometers before he reached the depths of the mine. Specks of light came from the front, and a holy aura greeted him. Yi Fan was dumbfounded. He actually saw a beautiful woman. She was like a lotus out of the water, flawless and elegant. In front of him, there was a huge source qi. It was 2 meters high, and it was sealed in it. It was shining brightly. The woman's beautiful eyes were closed, and she was motionless. She was like a sleeping beauty, extremely serene. Yi Fan's scalp went numb. The creature sealed in the source chi was actually seen like this. It really made him uneasy. The first thing he thought of was to retreat. He wanted to leave this place before the other party woke up. However, why didn't he feel any dangerous fluctuations? The powerful demonic power came from the depths of the Purple Mountain. It didn't come from here. Yi Fan adjusted his body to the best state. He was ready to take out the myriad chi cauldron at any time. 2 of the 9 secrets divine techniques were also activated. He looked at the jade body in the huge source chi. The first thing he stared at was the slender jade hand. He would never forget the stone carvings he saw in the mine. More than 100,000 years ago, when the great emperor suppressed the immemorial creature, a slender jade hand stretched out from the divine source chi. It was very gentle and beautiful. It's too similar. This jade hand, every finger is crystal clear, like a spring onion. Yi Fan felt a headache coming on. Am I so unlucky to see her all of a sudden? Yi Fan slowly stepped back. It was impossible to say that he wasn't nervous. It should be known that even the great emperor used an extreme weapon to suppress the divine source chi. One could imagine how terrifying the creature in it was. Yi Fan took a dozen steps back, but the divine source chi was still silent. There was no reaction, and the woman was motionless. No, as powerful as she is, how can there be no fluctuations? He was full of puzzlement. In the ancient mine, the source chi was surging. It was very peaceful, without the slightest evil spirit or killing intent. This doesn't look like an immemorial creature. Why is it the same as a human? Yi Fan was surprised. The woman in the source chi didn't have the characteristics of a monster. She was a great beauty that could topple a city. Was she sealed by the great emperor more than 100,000 years ago? By now, Yi Fan was no longer afraid. He was so close to the divine source chi. If the other party was aware, she wouldn't be able to escape no matter what. If the other party was unaware, then it was very likely that his great opportunity had arrived. Such a large piece of source chi was definitely priceless and rarely seen in the world. Yi Fan stopped retreating. Instead, he walked forward and came closer to take a closer look. Colorful mist surged, and Genesis chi overflowed. The huge source chi was hazy around it. He muttered to himself, "This doesn't look like the legendary divine source chi." Crack. Yi Fan wasn't surprised to step on a bone knife. What really made his expression change was that there was a humanoid creature lying beside the huge source chi. Damn it, I won the lottery. Yi Fan's heart pounded. This was definitely an immemorial creature. Its body was covered in silver scales, and it had wings on its back. There was a horn between its eyebrows, and it had 6 arms. Chapter 195. The creature's body was covered in silver scales. It lay there motionlessly. Its body was more than 2 meters long, and its muscles bulged with power. It's already dead. Yi Fan let out a long sigh. He flipped it over with the stone knife so that its face was facing up. It was similar to a human's. If not for the fine scales, this creature could be called a handsome man. There was definitely more than one such creature in the Purple Mountain. That was because the formless evil thoughts gathered around him looked like this. At least one of them was still alive. Yi Fan found a broken stone tablet under the silver creature. The broken pieces were pieced together to form the words, "Those who move without permission will die." The rest was indistinguishable. He was alarmed. This was human handwriting. The ancient creature died because of it. What did it move without permission? Was it the source in front of him? Upon closer inspection, he found that the 6-armed creature had indeed struggled back from the source block and died a violent death in the end. The source block can be fatal. Source chi flowed. The place was peaceful. Yi Fan stood up and sized up the giant source block. It was 2 meters tall and probably weighed thousands of kilograms. Although this source block was colorful, it was not a divine source. It was just a very pure treasure source. However, this size was definitely rare in the world. No, the stone clothes on my body are glowing. As he approached the source block, the armor on his body flickered continuously. Yi Fan walked around the origin block and found that there were quite a few cracks. There were specks of light inside, and they were extremely mysterious, like stars in the sky. There are fragments of the divine source inside. Yi Fan raised the stone knife in front of him. It immediately blossomed with auspicious light like a rare treasure knife. Yes, someone sealed the fragments of the divine source inside. He was shocked and carefully observed the woman inside the source block. She was very peaceful, as if she had fallen into an eternal sleep. Yi Fan sighed. This should be a corpse that had lost its vitality long ago. Although it was vivid and lifelike, it could not hide the fact that life had passed away. The woman was very beautiful, so beautiful that the moon and flowers would blush. Unfortunately, it was all in the past. Suddenly, Yi Fan saw a jade pendant that was also sealed in the source block. It was half hidden by the skirt and hard to see if one did not pay attention. Ancient creatures also like this kind of jade ornament? He frowned. All the signs pointed to a human. Suddenly, Yi Fan's heart shook. He saw something else in the source block. Among the fragments of the divine source block, there were several strands of red hair. Red hair. He shuddered. On the night of the Zhang family first ancestor disappearance, a red hair whirled on the ground. The strange creature roared for a long time. The child that accompanied Heavenly Master Origin was scared silly. At that time, he saw one of first ancestor's hands covered in red hair. Thinking of this, Yi Fan shivered. When he had entered the Purple Mountain, he had seen the carvings left behind by the strong people. There were not many names belonging to women. When he thought of this, Yi Fan shuddered. When he entered Mount Purple, he saw the marks left behind by the strong people. There were not many female names. Yi Fan didn't act rashly. He took a few steps back and carefully searched through this ancient mine, wishing to find some clues. Very soon, he found some words on the wall. Zhang Jie paid his respects. 1,000 years ago, the ancestor of the Zhang family came here. Yi Fan's heart lit up. He felt that he wasn't far from the heavenly book of source. The ancient creatures had all died here, but Yi Fan didn't touch this source block. Many thoughts popped up in his mind. The fate of the Yuan Taoist master. When he thought of this, he felt a chill run down his spine. If I become the Yuan Taoist master, will an inauspicious event happen in my later years? Yi Fan had walked very far, but this shadow still lingered in his heart. The summoning of the demonic nature was sometimes weak and sometimes strong. Yi Fan walked for more than a mile in the Purple Mountain and finally made a big discovery. He saw a broken stone pendant that was exactly the same as the one he had on him. At the same time, light flowed around Yi Fan's body. The stone knife shone brightly, and the astrolabe was dazzling. Silently, a group of people walked out of an abandoned mine, neat and tidy, not disorderly at all. They were sinister people and sinister horses. They were cold as if they had walked out of the netherworld. So many of these things have formed, like ghosts, they quickly surrounded him, silently surrounding him. Everyone's faces were pale and bloodless. There were no signs of life. There was only a strange flow of energy. Ever since he knew how to cultivate, Yi Fan had seriously pondered about the so-called ghosts. He felt that they were temporarily formed by the field energy of people after they died. After a long time, they would naturally disappear. Too many people died here hundreds of thousands of years ago. I'm afraid there will be many of these things. Yi Fan wasn't worried. He wasn't afraid of these things. As long as they weren't ancient creatures, everything was fine. Poof! He waved the stone knife, and the sinister people and horses that surrounded him quickly dispersed. The stone skin of the source block was indeed a natural antidote to evil. Suddenly, an ear-piercing scream rang out. In this lonely Purple Mountain, it was especially frightening. Anyone would feel a chill run down their spine. Not far away, a shadow rushed over like a ghost. It was a woman with disheveled hair. She was dressed in snow-white clothes and was heading straight for Yifan. Clang! The woman knocked away the stone knife with great force. She is. He was shocked to find that the woman's body was very solid, as if she had a physical body. Why is there everything in the Purple Mountain? This woman had been nourished by the Yin energy in the Purple Mountain and had grown to a certain level. Chi! Yifan took out a 5-colored flame from the cauldron and flicked it out. In an instant, she screamed miserably and turned into ashes on the spot. He strode forward and entered the abandoned mine. A bone-piercing chill rushed over. This was an ice cellar with ice everywhere. Senior Zhang Jia, you won't die here, will you? Not long after entering, Yifan's scalp went numb. This mine was connected to the Yin vein. In the deepest part, he saw densely packed sinister people and horses wriggling. There were no skeletons, which meant that Zhang Jia had not died here. Yifan directly took out the cauldron and shot out the 5-colored flame to burn all the sinister people and horses. These otherworldly items were clearly not mature and had a limited time to form. However, he was very uneasy. Many people had died here more than 100,000 years ago. There might be many sinister people in the depths of the Purple Mountain who had taken shape for many years. With this connection, he felt that things were not good. Other than the primordial creatures, there might be other ghosts. Yifan moved forward for another li and saw a broken stone knife and a shattered astrolabe. Senior Zhang Jia, your cultivation level is not high. How did you go so far? He complained in his heart. Suddenly, the green lotus in Yifan's sea of reincarnation trembled and propped up a green screen of light outside his body. What's there? He felt something behind him and quickly turned around. In an ancient mine dozens of meters away, a colossal creature was staring at him coldly. Its lower body was that of a snake, as thick as a water tank and dozens of meters long. Its upper body was that of a human with black fur half a foot long. Its arms were very long and its palms were covered in black fur. Can you understand me? Yifan was on guard. Boom! This unknown creature rushed over and grabbed Yifan's throat with its hands like pincers. Its strength was so great that it felt like a mountain was about to crush him. Yifan dodged to the side and slashed with the stone knife. Sparks flew everywhere as if he had slashed at iron and stone. In the distance, an evil wind surged and a mournful cry was heard. A strange bird rushed over. It had no feathers and was covered in scales. Unfortunately, its body was too big and could not spread its wings to fly. It could only run on the ground. Its huge body, which was more than 10 meters long, rushed through the cave, leaving behind a rumbling sound. Damn, a primordial creature. Yifan had seen the fossil of this creature in the mine. It did not attack the snake monster. The two creatures combined and chased after him. In the end, they were alarmed. The powerful killing intent surged like a tide and chased relentlessly. The power was so violent that it was frightening. Fortunately, it's not a pure humanoid creature. Yifan felt their killing intent. Through the killing intent, he understood a fact. The primordial creatures that were alarmed could not live for long. If they were not in the origin, they would soon decay. As long as the origin was broken, it would be useless even if they hid. It seems that only creatures that were accidentally sealed during the formation of the origin can survive until now. These two monsters were like two evil gods. Their killing intent was monstrous and they wanted to kill Yifan immediately. However, there were too many caves in the Purple Mountain. Some were very narrow, and it was very difficult for them to pass through, which seriously reduced their speed. Boom! A mountain-toppling power slammed towards Yifan. This kind of power was ridiculously strong and could practically split mountains and rivers. When he saw the creature behind him, his expression changed. The six-armed humanoid creature appeared. It was the existence that condensed the invisible evil intent beside him. Its whole body was shining with silver light, like a burning flame. Yifan had no choice but to take out the cauldron, put himself in it, and quickly rushed forward. Bang! The huge power was incomparable. The myriad chi cauldron was sent flying. It passed through more than 10 ancient mines, and the cave walls were like tofu. Roar, that long roar made people's hearts jump. Even in the cauldron, Yi Fan had a layer of goosebumps on his body. This monster was too strong. That terrifying attack just now was really unstoppable. If not for the myriad chi cauldron, he would have been smashed to pieces. I finally saw the horror of the primordial creatures. Yi Fan moved forward on the cauldron. He found that as he approached the center of the purple mountain, the demonic summoning became more and more intense. Bang! The silver creature caught up and sent out a palm from far away. The myriad chi cauldron buzzed and trembled, and once again, it passed through more than 10 ancient mines. At this time, the purple mountain was no longer calm. A few more mournful cries came out, and they were even more terrifying than the 6-armed creature. Even though Yi Fan was hiding in the cauldron, his soul felt like it was about to collapse, which made his heart tremble. How can it be so strong? At the same time, in the deepest part of the purple mountain, the demonic summoning suddenly increased by 10 times. Even in the cauldron, Yi Fan wanted to rush in that direction. How can this be? An oppressive aura spread out, and the summoning power increased by several times. Now, Yi Fan found that he could not resist it anymore. He could not control his body, and he wanted to respond to the summoning. Dong! Suddenly, a long bell rang. It was like the sound of nature, and it calmed the restless purple mountain instantly. More than 100,000 years ago, when the great emperor suppressed the creature in the exceptional god source, the weapon he took out was a huge bell that was as tall as the sky. Yi Fan moved as soon as he heard the bell, and he rushed forward like lightning. The primordial creature behind him actually stopped and did not chase after him. Swoosh! Yi Fan rushed into a spacious cauldron, which was like a huge hall. It was very vast, and this was where the bell had stopped. After careful observation, it was indeed a spacious hall, but it was so big that it was no different from a public square. A skeleton. He first found a human skeleton, and there was a silver book beside it, flickering with a cold luster. Chapter 196. It was a few hundred feet in radius, and it was as spacious as a square. It was dim, and a lone skeleton lay there quietly. There were shocking finger holes on its body. On the ground not far away, there were some broken stone clothes. They were tattered and had long since become unrecognizable. Zhang Jie. Yi Fan strode over. Yes, the stone fragments on the ground were made of the same material as the one on his body. They belonged to the old skin of the source of God. This skeleton had many fractures, and it had suffered such heavy injuries. For it to be able to survive until now showed that its life force was very long. The silver book beside it was indeed made of metal. It had 100 pages, and it was especially heavy when held in the hand. There were 3 ancient words carved on it: Source Heavenly Book. The strokes were strong, and the words were heavy, like 3 dragons crouching. It really is the Source Heavenly Book. Yi Fan was excited. He had entered the Purple Mountain to find it. He had wanted to give it up, but he did not expect to find it at such a critical juncture. In the northern region, for tens of thousands of years, source veins had almost dried up, and source was becoming more and more precious. Yi Fan's body was special, and he needed a large amount of source. In the past, it would have been very difficult. But now it was different. With this book, if he became the Yuan Taoist master, it would not be impossible to find a large amount of source, and it would not be impossible to find the source of God. Ha! He could not help but laugh. Every step he took required 10 times the source. The first tier of the Holy Ji Palace was already not something a small sect could bear. The astronomical number after that could almost make people breathless. Everything has a way to be solved. Yi Fan opened the Source Heavenly Book, and rays of silver light shot out. They were colorful, like diamonds shining. This was indeed a treasure. Not to mention the contents, the material was rare and indestructible, similar to the golden paper on which the Taoist scriptures were recorded. This is a secret treasure. No wonder it could break open the Purple Mountain. It can be used even if one's cultivation is not high. Inside, the ancient words were like stars, shining brightly. This silver book was so attractive that one could not put it down at a glance. The opening chapter made it clear that this was not only a holy book to search for the source, but it also elaborated on the heaven, man, and heaven. Through the source, one could approach the Tao, and ultimately achieve the unity of heaven and man. If you look up, you can observe the heavens. If you look down, you can observe the laws on the earth. If you look at the writings of birds and beasts, you can observe the harmony of the earth. Internal chi sprouts, external chi takes shape, internal and external multiply, chi will disperse with the wind, and stop with the water. The ancients gathered so that it would not disperse, and moved so that it would stop. Yi Fan continued to flip through the pages and saw such records one after another. This was indeed a broad and profound field of knowledge. He flipped backwards. The silver iron paper flowed with extraordinary splendor, causing his expression to become more and more serious. As expected of a wondrous book, the techniques inside were close to the Tao. It didn't talk about cultivation methods, but it was close to Tao methods, covering a wide range, paying particular attention to the situation of the mountains and rivers, the structure of the land, the changes in the sky, touching upon yin and yang, the 5 elements, and even more so the method of sensing the heavens. It was extremely profound, difficult to understand. Above corresponds to the celestial bodies, and below presents the map. Heaven and earth are born, and the line of divination is stable. Yi Fan finished reading and was silent for a moment. It was too complicated. This was a profound scripture that covered too many things. No wonder. Since ancient times, there have only been 5 Yuan Taoist masters. The Zhang family has such a wondrous book, and only the first ancestor managed to cultivate it. Yi Fan sighed. It was too difficult to become a Yuan Taoist master. The 100 pages of the Heavenly Book of Source were very profound, and it required a lot of effort to comprehend it. It was impossible to achieve it in one go. When he flipped to the second half, he was more and more astonished. Moving mountains and seas, sensing the constellations, becoming one with the heavens, no wonder the Yuan Taoist master could compete with the unparalleled practitioners of the sacred grounds. When he flipped to the last few pages, Yi Fan suddenly realized that there was a line of small words under every line. The font was different from the main text of the Heavenly Book of Source, as if it had been added by someone later on. There is no valley in the center of the valley, formless and shadowless, neither rebellious nor disobedient, unmoving in the lowly position, silent and unfailing. The valley is formed, but its form cannot be seen. This was a cultivation method, and it was definitely not the original scripture of the Heavenly Book of Source. He was very surprised. This was the art of 5 gods, which was the cultivation method of the Tao Palace. It was the secret of life nurturing. When Yi Fan first stepped onto the path of cultivation, Elder Wu Qingfeng had told him that many people wanted to reach the other shore for a longer life. Later on, he understood that the Tao Palace nurtured 5 gods. It was a secret technique to prolong life, and it was also the foundation of cultivating Tao power. This is clearly a life-nurturing technique. Yi Fan muttered to himself. The few pages of scripture were very general, but it was enough to increase one's lifespan. The more he read, the more astonished he became. After reading a few pages of scripture, he was actually unable to extricate himself. This really is the cultivation method of the Tao Palace's secret realm, but it's not complete. It seems to be a high-level summary, but it is very profound. If I continue cultivating it, I should have extraordinary achievements. What kind of mystical technique was this? Its profoundness was no less than that of the Tao scripture. One look and one could tell that it was a supreme secret manual. Suddenly, a hazy thought appeared in his mind. Could this be the incomplete cultivation method of the Jade Lake? He felt that it was a certain possibility. Back then, the Jade Lake Virgin was Yuan Taoist Master Zhang Lin's confidant. After learning that he had gone missing in his later years, she disregarded her own life and entered the demonic mountain to search for him. One could imagine that the relationship between the two was not ordinary. Perhaps, this is really the case. The Jade Lake Virgin gave him part of the cultivation method to nurture and increase his lifespan, the silver heavenly book fruit was a secret treasure. Yi Fan put it into his body, and it actually floated side by side with the golden Tao scripture paper. One gold and one silver, they shone with a metallic luster, and it was very eye-catching. He dug a hole in the ground and buried Zhang Jie's corpse in it. He left a tombstone for him and bowed deeply, saying, "Rest in peace here." There was nothing in the spacious hall. Yi Fan searched for a long time, but he still could not find the ultimate weapon, the bell. It seems that the weapon of the great emperor is not so easy to obtain. Maybe it was left here to suppress something. He shook his head and gave up on the search. Now that he had obtained the heavenly book of source, he had nothing else to ask for. It was time to go back. However, once he left the hall, he was afraid that he would run into the primordial creatures again. The way back had been cut off. What should I do? Yi Fan frowned. The Purple Mountain was not a good place. If he stayed here for a long time, no one could predict what would happen. Even the powerful Eastern Baron deity king had been trapped here for 4,000 years and was about to turn into dust. If he could not find a way out, he would not be able to last more than a few years. Yi Fan took out the cauldron and let it hang above his head. Strands of Xianhuang Mother Qi flowed down to protect his body. Then, he walked out of the hall step by step. However, he had not gone far when an ear-piercing cry rang out. 7 or 8 primordial creatures appeared at the same time. They all looked sinister and different, and they surrounded him. Some were like birds, some were like crocodiles, and some were like humans. Their roars shook the ancient minds one after another. That 6-armed creature was not even the strongest. There were even more terrifying existences. It chased with large strides, causing the void to collapse. It took a step, and all directions were shaken. It was like an emperor. That creature looked like a human male, but he had 3 heads and 9 arms. He was wearing armor, and his purple hair danced in the wind. He actually cut through the void. This isn't a creature from the exceptional divine source. How can it be so powerful? Yi Fan was shaken. He could not estimate how terrifying such an existence was. Perhaps, in the mortal world, few human experts could suppress it. He rushed into the cauldron without hesitation and flew backward. A bone-chilling snort sounded. That purple-haired male was like a deity descending to the mortal world. He landed outside the hall, and his eyes were as deep as the ocean, frightening people's hearts. 3 heads and 9 arms moved at the same time, erupting with a stifling fluctuation. The surrounding ancient minds silently collapsed. The other primordial creatures were all trembling with fear. They retreated, and some even directly knelt down. Without a doubt, the purple-haired male was definitely a superior among the primordial creatures. The void around him split open, and 9 large hands reached into the hall. It was as if the unmovable Wisdom King had appeared, imprisoning everything. Yi Fan felt his own cauldron retreating. The other party was actually going to suck him out. That kind of terrifying pressure made him feel as if his soul was about to collapse. He shouted loudly in the cauldron. The Tao Scripture's mental cultivation method operated, and the 9 secrets were displayed. His body trembled like a war god. Divine power surged around him, stopping the myriad energy cauldron from retreating. Dang! The drawn-out bell rang. That purple-haired male with 3 heads and 9 arms let out a muffled groan. He glanced at the hall unwillingly, then took a step out and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The terrifying fluctuation that made people's hearts palpitate retreated like the tide. The other primordial creatures also disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yi Fan's heart trembled. That purple-haired male was too terrifying. His divine power was world-shaking. If he was released, he would definitely cause endless disasters. 3 heads and 9 arms, why does he feel like some deities? Such a thought emerged in his heart. However, there was no time to think too much at the moment. Finding a way to escape was the most important thing. This bell, this hall, Yi Fan discovered to his surprise that the entire hall might very well be that big bell from back then, which was also the ultimate weapon of the great emperor from hundreds of thousands of years ago. It's too big. how can I store it? Yi Fan tried, but it was like an ant trying to shake a tree. There was definitely the most powerful restriction set up here. Although the great emperor was no longer here, this big bell was still extremely powerful. It was as if a great divine power was circulating around it. Why are you wandering around? Suddenly, Divine King Jiang Taishu's voice came, still extremely weak. Senior, you're fine. That's great. Yi Fan heard his voice and was overjoyed. They have awakened. You can't leave. Jiang Taishu's divine consciousness was even weaker than before. However, the fact that he could find Yi Fan in the Purple Mountains showed how terrifying divine kings were. Senior, if we join forces, we can definitely break out. I have a divine spring here that can help you recover your divine power. If you came 10 years earlier, maybe. I still have a glimmer of hope. Divine King Jiang said intermittently that he was already at the end of his rope and had no way to escape this place. Even if Yi Fan picked the holy fruit for him, it would be useless because he couldn't get it. At the same time, Yi Fan received very bad news. Even if there were no primordial creatures, once one entered the Purple Mountain, it was almost impossible to leave. This was a dangerous place. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, the great emperor used heaven-defying methods to turn this place into a world of its own. One could only enter but not leave. One of the 9 secrets. I've already spread it, no matter what, it hasn't been destroyed in my hands. Jiang Taishu said very weakly. Yi Fan instantly understood his intentions. In this world, only he knew this supreme secret technique. It wasn't an ancient scripture of the Jiang family. He wanted to find someone to pass it on to fulfill a wish. Senior, don't worry. If I get out, I will definitely inform the Jiang family to save you. No. Jiang Taishu was very anxious. I'm about to die. I don't need anyone to die. Don't tell them about this place. What kind of place is this? Yi Fan asked. However, after Jiang Taishu said those words, there was no more sound. This place was covered in dense fog. Primordial creatures had entered the 9 dragon veins to protect the Purple Mountain. Each dragon vein had a peerless divine source. What kind of place was the Purple Mountain before the primordial age? The great emperor from hundreds of thousands of years ago was someone who came later. What did he do here? Yi Fan sighed. To understand all of this, he would probably have to completely comprehend the heavenly book of Source in order to know all of this. The way in had been cut off, and he couldn't leave. Yi Fan gritted his teeth and walked into the depths of the Purple Mountain. Not long after leaving the main hall, he felt a demonic summoning power. He almost left the ground and floated over. No wonder even the Divine King died here. This demonic power. Yi Fan's body trembled. He was completely unable to control himself. Even his soul wanted to leave his body. One could imagine that the Divine King of that generation had ruled the Eastern Barren Territory. He was born with a proud and unyielding character. He must have wanted to find out the truth, but in the end, he couldn't. Is it the creature in the 9 divine source? Yi Fan couldn't stand the summoning power. He retreated. At this time, he suddenly discovered to his surprise that there was a huge stone book a mile away. Yes, it was very spacious in front. He could see a stone book standing on the ground. It was more than 10 meters long and 1 or 2 meters thick. There was an artifact on his body that was emitting a dazzling light. It was that jade pendant, the imperial jade he had obtained from Big Beard Chin. This is... Yi Fan walked forward step by step. He endured the danger of his soul dispersing and slowly approached the stone book. It was less than a mile away, but Yi Fan walked for a whole 6 hours. He left a line of deep footprints on the ground. Sweat flowed all over the ground, and all the bones in his body felt like they were cracking. His ears were buzzing, and his mind was a little muddled. The demonic summoning was unbearable, but he finally arrived in front of the stone book. It was finally better here. The demonic power had been weakened, and he was much more clear-headed. Hiss. He sucked in a cold breath. Behind the stone book, there were vines everywhere. It was verdant and lush. Those ancient mines were full of plants, and the demonic power was emitted from them. I'm afraid I'll reach the center of the Purple Mountain in a few more miles. Yi Fan muttered to himself. At this moment, he realized that the imperial jade on his body was getting brighter and brighter, and the thick stone book was also emitting a gentle glow. Yi Fan walked closer and blew away the dust left behind by the passage of time. He saw 3 large words on it, Wuxia scripture. This is. His heart trembled. If it dared to use the word scripture, it was most likely a supreme divine book. He naturally associated it with the great emperor from more than 100,000 years ago. This was most likely an ancient scripture left behind by him. Yi Fan couldn't help but be shocked. There were only a few ancient scriptures in the eastern wilderness. There was a supreme scripture here that had never appeared before. How could he not be excited? Why can't I open it? He forcefully flipped the ancient scripture, but found that it didn't move at all. The stone book was heavier than a mountain. The Wuxia scripture was like the root of heaven and earth. It couldn't be shaken or opened at all. He held the jade pendant in his hand, but it was useless. Other than the ancient scripture becoming hazy, there was no sign that it could be opened. Yes, this jade pendant is incomplete. Yi Fan was full of regret. If the ancient jade pendant was complete, he might be able to obtain a world-shaking ancient scripture. Wuxia scripture. Just the name makes it hard for me to calm down. What a pity I can't obtain it. He sat on the stone scripture and tried his best, but it was useless. Chapter 197. Yi Fan could only sigh since he couldn't obtain the ancient scriptures. If the scriptures left behind by the great emperors were passed down, it would be enough to develop a holy land. This wasn't an exaggeration. It was true. The foundation of the great sages' sects was a secret scripture they each controlled. This was the power of the supreme ancient scriptures. Suddenly, Yi Fan found a few lines of words on a stone wall not far away. Upon closer inspection, it was actually left by Jiang Taishu. Even the powerful Eastern Baron Divine King couldn't see the ancient scriptures. Great Emperor Wu Shi's achievements surpassed the ancients and dazzled the contemporaries. It's a pity that I can't see the scriptures. According to Divine King Jiang, the stone scripture was personally sealed by Great Emperor Wu Shi. It couldn't be opened at all unless the Great Emperor revived or came with his token. In addition, he speculated that this scripture contained the power of the Great Path and was left here to suppress it. This was a door. If he walked further in, he would reach the origin of the Purple Mountain. After reading it, Yi Fan's heart felt cold. The supreme scripture was placed in front of him, but he could only stare at it. He couldn't open it at all. I want to see. He muttered unwillingly. Yi Fan walked around the stone scripture and saw a few more lines of ancient words. It should be from even longer ago. At the end of the celestial path, Wu Shi's Tao becomes empty. The name signed was Gu Tianshu. He'd also been here before. Yi Fan naturally wouldn't forget this person. He was an ancient person from 70,000 years ago and was even more powerful than Jiang Taishu. A total of 37 people entered the Demon Mountain. In terms of strength, he was ranked first. 70,000 years ago, Gu Tianshu shocked the world but couldn't break the seal of Great Emperor Wu Shi. From his words, it could be seen that he greatly admired Great Emperor Wu Shi. If one thought about it carefully, this was indeed the case. Since ancient times, there were only a few great emperors in the Eastern Barren Territory. They represented the strongest monuments in the world. At the end of the celestial path, Wu Shi's Tao becomes empty. Yi Fan was overwhelmed with emotions. Was that great emperor really so powerful? Just a dozen or so words were enough to describe his unparalleled achievements throughout the ages. Not being born in the same era made one feel regretful. Not being able to meet him made one sigh. Yi Fan carefully searched around the stone scripture, but in the end, he couldn't find anything. When he stopped and helplessly sat on the ground, he suddenly discovered that this place was very strange. It was shaped like a sacrificial altar, and stone scriptures were displayed on it. It was a very wide platform, and there were huge patterns engraved on it. If one didn't look closely, it looked like a natural ravine. Yi Fan stood up again. After confirming the center of the altar, he walked forward. At this time, the jade pendant on his body shone even brighter. Something's wrong. I wonder if it's good or bad. When he arrived at the center, he felt even more strange. The patterns here were much more concentrated, and they seemed to be Tao patterns. This kind of technique was very different from the current one. It was closer to nature. The patterns were formed from wind, rain, thunder, lightning, birds, beasts, flowers, and insects. Yi Fan found a groove in the center that was as big as a human head. Buzz! The ancient jade in his hand trembled slightly as if it had a life of its own. It was dazzling. Could this ancient jade be filled in here? He was puzzled. He compared the jade pendant and found that it matched the corner of the groove. What will happen if I put the jade in? He was bewildered and didn't do it immediately. Could it be opening some seal? Could it be that the Wuxia scripture can be opened? With this thought, he couldn't calm down. Of course, he also thought of the worst. It might also be related to the ancient creatures, or even the existence in the peerless divine source. Unfortunately, the ancient jade is incomplete. It most likely can't be used. Yi Fan didn't dare to act rashly. He was thinking about how to leave. Perhaps he could only wait a few years until all the ancient creatures that had been born had decayed. Then he could leave. That was because according to the information he had obtained, once the ancient creatures broke through the source, it would be difficult for them to live long. They would turn into dust in a few years, or even decades. I'm not Divine King Jiang. I can only hold on for a few years at most. Suddenly, Yi Fan's hair stood on end. He felt that something was staring at him. This made him feel that something was wrong. If the ancient creatures chased him here, he would be doomed. Could it be that they weren't even afraid of the Wuxia scripture that contained the great emperor's Tao source? Yi Fan quickly retreated, arriving in front of the stone scripture. He looked around, but he didn't find anything. He didn't see anything. Was it an illusion? He was a bit suspicious. Maybe he was hallucinating because he had been too tense these days. No matter what, he didn't dare to move. He meditated in front of the stone scripture and began to cultivate. He said to himself, "Endure for a few years and give me back my freedom." After only half a day, Yi Fan felt that something was wrong. There must be something here. He felt that it wasn't far away, and it didn't seem to be afraid of the stone scripture at all. It's wandering around. After making such a judgment, Yi Fan couldn't sit still anymore. He stood up. In the distance, indistinct roars could be heard. Those ancient creatures seemed to be crossing the ancient mine. They wanted to bypass the hall formed by the extreme weapons and advance here. At the same time, the creature in the dark used its divine sense to spy on him. He could clearly feel it. I can't stay here anymore. He decided to return to the bell hall. Before leaving, he glanced at the groove in the center of the altar. When he approached it, he gritted his teeth and pressed the ancient jade down. The things left by the great emperor won't harm the descendants. Suddenly, the moment the ancient jade sank in, the place became dazzling. Light shot into the sky, and a huge light curtain enveloped him. He had already taken out the cauldron and was immediately sucked in to protect him. Yi Fan was shocked. He didn't know what kind of shocking change would happen after the jade sank into the groove. He didn't have time to think too much. The light curtain quickly tore open the void, and everything became blurry. It's crossing the void. Where is it going? The ancient jade was incomplete. Opening the void like this could easily cause trouble. However, there was no turning back. It was dark and silent around him. He couldn't see anything. He had already entered the void. A beam of light shot over, and the ancient jade also flew in. Yi Fan hurriedly used the cauldron to take it in and hold it in his hand. The jade was incomplete, and it couldn't reach the destination that great Emperor Wuxia had planned. He was worried. The only thing that made him happy was that he didn't have to worry about being crushed by hiding in the myriad chi cauldron. Swoosh! Not long after, the void was torn open again. Boundless darkness appeared in front of him, and he couldn't see anything. Splash! He fell into the water. The cold water flowed into him through the cauldron. Where is this? Yi Fan got out of the cauldron. The cold current surged around him, and the river water flowed rapidly. Is this underground? He punched upwards, and there was a rumbling sound. He flowed with the current. It was pitch black around him, and all around him were stone walls. Suddenly, a huge whirlpool appeared in front of him, and the underground river rushed straight down to the ground. Yi Fan rushed out of the water and smashed with all his might. He even took out the golden book and slashed repeatedly, forcibly opening up a path to the surface. It was hard to imagine how deep he had gone. He had dug hundreds of meters, and he still hadn't reached the surface. Then, he dug up more than 1,000 meters, and finally felt the flowing air. He rushed out of the underground, but it was still boundless darkness. This is... He found it somewhat familiar. This was an enormous ancient mine, as if there was no end to it. Dragon's vein, I'm out. Yi Fan screamed. He really couldn't believe that he had actually come out of the Purple Mountain. This was the path that he had chosen, the ancient mine under the dragon's vein. He even saw the carvings on the walls of the mine. Yes, I'm really out. He rushed forward, stroking the ancient carvings. It was the scene where the great emperor suppressed the peerless divine source. He couldn't hide his excitement. He thought that he would be trapped inside like Jiang Taishu, but he didn't expect to get out so quickly. When he chose to enter the Purple Mountain, he knew that the great emperor's jade pendant would most likely come in handy, but he didn't expect that it would be so important that he could cross the void at the critical moment. What's that? Suddenly, Yi Fan's heart trembled. It seemed that something in the ancient mine was peeping at him. Is it a demon bat? It doesn't look like it. They can't avoid my divine thoughts. This gave him a bad feeling. Yi Fan didn't stop. He turned into a flash of lightning and rushed forward as if he was flying. He had already bowed 99 times. If he was killed by this last shiver, it would be too much of a waste. It didn't take long for him to reach the end of the big mine. He flew up and rose thousands of meters. There was light above, and fresh air blew in his face. Before long, he finally came to the ground. Yi Fan had been trapped in the Purple Mountain for more than a month. At this moment, he stood on the reddish-brown ground, feeling the warmth of the noon sun. He felt like he had been reborn, and couldn't calm down for a long time. It wasn't until a long time later that he left the dragon vein and walked into the distance. He had gained a lot from this trip to the Purple Mountain, but at the same time, he had some regrets. It was a pity that the divine king of a generation, who had endured for 4,000 years, would eventually turn into dust. Jiang Taishu had taught him the supreme secret method, which made him feel grateful. He felt that the old divine king was a little pitiful. If I'm strong enough, I'll go in again. Even if I can't save your life, I'll bury your bones and worship you. The 9 secrets represented the supreme, and nothing could compare to it. Its value was immeasurable. It was the strongest secret method of the 9 domains. The divine king had taught him the method, which was a great favor. Finally, he thought of the Wuxia scripture. It was really his biggest regret that he couldn't bring it out. At the end of the immortal path, who is the peak? At the sight of Wuxia, the Tao becomes empty. This kind of evaluation was enough to show that it was an achievement that could look down on both ancient and modern times. This kind of ancient scripture was incomparably attractive to Yi Fan. He seriously lacked the following cultivation methods. The Wuxia scripture was not passed down to the world, and it was the most suitable for him. It wouldn't cause disputes or attract attention. Even someone as powerful as Gu Tianshu left such a message, which made his heart surge. Yi Fan felt that in the future, it was necessary to collect ancient jade in the northern region. Perhaps he could collect all of the imperial jade. If that was the case, one day, if he entered the Purple Mountain again, he might be able to open the Wuxia scripture. The Wuxia scripture has been lying there for more than 100,000 years. In any case, it won't be lost. Sooner or later, I'll have a look at its secrets. Yi Fan walked for dozens of li, but he always felt as if something was following him. However, every time he turned around, he couldn't see anything. This made him a little puzzled. There must be some kind of creature following me. This feeling is very special. Yi Fan was suspicious. It didn't seem like an evil thought, and he didn't feel any killing intent. He pondered for a while and thought of the feeling of being spied on by an unknown creature in front of the Wuxia scripture. The two were somewhat similar. He shuddered and said, "It can't be. Could it be that there's a creature from the Purple Mountain that came out with me?" However, when he was crossing the void, he didn't discover it. He said to himself, "Maybe I'm overthinking." Chapter 198. Yi Fan flew high into the sky and gazed into the distance. He scanned his surroundings but did not see anything. He left with doubts. More than a month had passed, but the stone stronghold had not changed much. When Yi Fan returned, Wang Shu and Dumbo were pleasantly surprised. "Little brother Yi, you're finally back. I thought you'd gone far away. Little brother Yi, where did you go? Why did you leave for such a long time?" These days, Yi Fan had been living in the ancient mine deep in the mountains, isolated from the world. He was very happy to see them again. He smiled and said, "I said I'd come back, and I'll definitely come back. When the time comes, I'll take you guys to gamble on stones and let you guys have a taste of your long-cherished wish." When Zhang Wuye heard the news, he quickly rushed over. His old face was full of excitement as he said in a trembling voice, "You're back. It's good that you're back." These days, he had been sighing and full of sorrow. He blamed himself and always muttered to himself that it would have been better if he had stopped Yi Fan. In his opinion, more than a month had passed, and Yi Fan had certainly met with misfortune. Like the ancestor from 1,000 years ago, he must have been trapped and died in the Purple Mountain. Let's properly celebrate today. Zhang Wuye's depression was swept away, and the wrinkles on his old face melted away. Dumbo, Wang Shu, you two go slaughter the sheep and give little brother Yi a welcome dinner. Yi Fan was also very happy. Today is indeed worth celebrating. We have to get drunk. Although the people present were very happy, only Yi Fan and Zhang Wuye understood how exciting this was. He had brought out the heavenly tome of Source. If news of this got out, it would be enough to shake the entire northern region. This was because in the near future, it was very likely that a Yuan Taoist master would be born. When the crowd dispersed, Zhang Wuye directly pulled Yi Fan into the courtyard and locked the door. With an excited expression, he said with a trembling voice, "You, really?" With a flash of silver light, the heavenly tome of Source appeared in Yi Fan's hand. The silver light was hazy, like the bright moon in a well, like a dragon pearl in the sea. It gave people a feeling of unreality. After so many trials and tribulations, I've finally managed to escape with the heavenly book. Good, good. Zhang Wuye trembled as he poured a cup of tea for Yi Fan, allowing him to elaborate on the course of events. When he heard that the Jade Pool Saintess had died in the Devil Mountain, he felt a wave of sadness. I didn't expect that the fairy of the Jade Pool would be so loyal. My Zhang family's first ancestor really owes her. After Yi Fan finished his story, the old man still could not calm down even after a long time had passed. He said, "The Book of Origin has finally been found." He caressed the silver book with his calloused and rough fingers. He was filled with emotions, and his emotions finally calmed down. Finally, Zhang Wuye stood up and solemnly approached Yi Fan with the silver book in his hands. "For this book, you risked your life and experienced all kinds of tribulations. I know you need it." At this point, he slightly paused and said, "Although this is a treasured book passed down by my Zhang family, if not for you, it would have been lost forever. You, take it." Yi Fan was not pretentious and said directly, "I really need this book, but I only need to take a look and memorize the contents inside. This treasured book will still belong to the Zhang family." Zhang Wuye's fingers trembled, and he opened his mouth. After a long time, he said, "I'm old and don't have the energy to study this book. My descendants are mischievous, and there are no talented people. Take this heavenly book. If you don't need it in the future and see an intelligent person in my Zhang family, you can pass it on to them. There's no need for that. I've finished reading it. You can keep it safely," Yi Fan replied with a smile. "No, little brother Yi, listen to me. Keep it in your hands for the time being. It'll be safer that way. I know you cultivators have a very long lifespan. If you're free in the future, you can pass it to the descendants of my Zhang family." Zhang Wuye had a kind of hidden worry. He voiced his apprehension, not only because there was no suitable successor in the clan at present, but also because he was somewhat uneasy. Nowadays, the northern region was very chaotic with roving bandits running amok. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to keep the heavenly book of source. His descendants were impetuous and had poor aptitudes. It would be difficult for them to succeed in their cultivation. If news of it leaked out, it would inevitably lead to a great disaster. At present, there is no one in the Zhang family who can make a name for themselves. If we keep them in our hands, it will certainly lead to the destruction of the entire family. One day, when little brother Yi feels that a suitable candidate has appeared in my Zhang family, you can send it back. At this point, he actually knelt down. "All right, I swear that I will definitely pass the heavenly book of source back to the Zhang family in the future." Yi Fan solemnly swore. All the wrinkles on Zhang Wuye's face disappeared, and he was full of smiles as if he had fulfilled an enormous wish. The banquet was very sumptuous. The bonfire flickered, and the people in the stone stronghold sat in the open air. They ate large pieces of meat and drank large bowls of wine. Some beautiful young girls danced in front of the bonfire. The fragrance of meat and wine wafted in the air. People toasted each other, and the atmosphere was harmonious and joyful. Suddenly, screams rang out. The women and young children fled one after another. "What is that thing? How did it get into the stronghold? Quick, stop it. Don't let it run around and hurt people. Damn it, it actually took away 2 whole roasted lambs in one bite. Quick, stop it." What made people dumbfounded was that the dozen or so strong young men could not stop the black shadow. Instead, they were knocked down and rolled on the ground, allowing it to escape. "It looks like a black dog. That's a great tonic. Wait for me to catch it and bring it back for spicy pot meat." Dumbo scuttled out. Not long after, Dumbo returned with a bloody nose and a swollen face. He muttered, "That dog thing knocked me into the river." Yi Fan was also alarmed. He said, "I'll go and take a look." However, by the time he chased out of the stone stronghold, the black shadow had already disappeared. "Dumbo, even if you like to wrestle, don't jump into the river." Wang Shu teased, "Did you see what it was?" "No, it took away 2 roasted lambs." How infuriating. Yi Fan felt that something was not right. How could a normal wild animal run so fast? He did not even notice it. Could it be that thing that was following me? He recalled the feeling of being watched since he left the Purple Mountain. However, he was relieved that the black shadow did not hurt anyone. It was most likely not a ferocious creature. In the days that followed, Yi Fan cultivated in peace. At the same time, he studied the heavenly tome of origins. He could not help but be amazed. This book was indeed worthy of being called a mysterious scripture. It was comparable to the ancient scriptures of the great sage. Its content was mysterious and profound. To Yi Fan, the value of this book was immeasurable. To him, it was comparable to the Wuxia scripture. Mastering it was the same as mastering a sea of sources. He believed that in many people's eyes, this book was comparable to the ancient scriptures of the eastern wilderness because it could stabilize the source of God and search for the dragon's veins. It was a priceless treasure. This is the treasure of all treasures. Yi Fan believed that if he was strong enough, he might even be able to exchange this book for an opportunity to view the ancient scriptures. Mastering the heavenly tome of origins was like mastering an inexhaustible divine mine. It was of immeasurable significance. Yi Fan compared it carefully. The material of the silver book was similar to the golden paper on which the Tao scripture was recorded. It was indestructible and was an unknown divine item. In terms of crafting techniques, the Heavenly Tome of Origins and the Tao scripture were clearly on the same level. Both were rare. In terms of content, both were the most profound arts and were the pinnacle of their respective fields. However, the Tao scripture was incomplete and only had the Sea of Reincarnation scroll. The Heavenly Tome of Origins was complete. In a sense, the value of the Heavenly Tome of Origins was far greater than the Sea of Reincarnation scroll. Yi Fan had risked his life to explore the Purple Mountain. His biggest gain was this book. Its value was immeasurable. For an entire month, he was immersed in a wondrous state. Other than cultivating, he spent all his time studying the Heavenly Tome, even when he was eating. In these 30 days, Yi Fan's Bodhi seed never left his hand. Relying on the seed of the path understanding sacred tree, his understanding of the book improved by leaps and bounds. He felt that he had completely comprehended the foundational chapter on source differentiation. I've already grasped part of the scripture. It's time to try it out. Yi Fan walked out of the stone house and felt the gentle sunlight outside. He was filled with hope. If the body of others was a pond, then his body was a reservoir. To fill it up, he needed a large amount of source. Of course, the power he could unleash was different. At the very least, when facing cultivators of the same level, he had an absolute advantage. There was no suspense. In other words, if he cultivated to the late stage, when he was also an almighty, he could even fight against the attacks of the various divine lords alone. The first level of the Taoist palace requires 500 kilograms of source. He could not smile when he thought of that number. Even in the northern region, 500 kilograms of source was not something a small sect could afford, let alone an individual. At 10 times, the second level of the Taoist palace requires 5,000 kilograms of source. The number made his mouth twitch and his heart turn cold. It was unbearable. As for the astronomical number after the third level of the Taoist palace, he forced himself not to think about it. Otherwise, the veins on his forehead would pop. Those terrifying numbers made even the various Holy Lands expressions change. This was a weight that was difficult to endure. In this world, there will always be people who have to be green with envy. I hope that person is not me. One morning, after breakfast, Yi Fan called for Wang Shu and Dumbo. I'll take you guys to gamble on stones. Really? Dumbo did a somersault in excitement. I've been dreaming about it. That's great. Wang Shu rubbed his hands in excitement as well. Ever since my grandfather's generation, the stone village has completely declined. Almost no one from the village has traveled far. Yi Fan smiled. Today, I'll fulfill your wish. If you perform well, I'll bring you guys out often. The holy city is tens of thousands of miles away. It's too far from here. Still, the best stone gambling dens opened by the great sage are all there. According to the wandering Taoists, the legendary supreme beings, the royalty of the middle ground cultivators, and the magnates of the northern region all gather in the holy city and spend most of their time at the stone gambling dens. That old Taoist from before said that fairies cut stones there, saintesses often appear, and prodigies from all over the world often fight there. Brother Yi, you're smiling so wickedly. Don't tell me you're thinking of winning a saintess back. Yi Fan quickly put away his smile. What are you two thinking? How could I go to the holy city for my first stone gambling? I'm here to test the waters. He sternly warned the two not to speak carelessly when they arrived. The two had no concept of the holy ground, and thought of themselves as friendly businessmen. If they spoke carelessly, they might get into trouble. We understand. Those people are like gods. We only dare to talk about them in the village. Flat Rock City was about 600 miles away from the stone village. It was one of the more prosperous cities nearby, and was located in an oasis that spanned hundreds of miles. By the time Yi Fan and the other two arrived, the sun was already high up in the sky. The ancient city was built entirely from reddish-brown boulders, and was filled with the vicissitudes of time. According to the locals, the city had a history of over 1,000 years, and had always been the central city of this region. The population of the city was around 300,000, which was considered quite prosperous in the northern region. The streets were crowded with people and carriages. Wang Shu and Dumbo's eyes could not take it all in. It was their first time coming to such a big city, and everything was new to them. There are so many people. Yeah, it's my first time seeing so many people. Listening to the two's meaningless words, Yi Fan laughed and said, "Learn well today, and I'll bring you to the holy city." "Sure, Brother Yi, you should familiarize yourself with the rules today. Then, we'll go to the holy city." Yi Fan asked around about the stone gambling houses in the city, and was told that there were dozens of them. Moreover, he was surprised to find out that the great sage had branches in the city. This made him think for a while, and he did not choose the branches of the Ji family and the Yaoguang Holy Land, in case he got into trouble. The Book of Source of Heaven had a special skill called changing heaven and earth. Not only could it change the landscape, but it could also change one's own appearance. It was much more brilliant than the disguise technique of cultivators, and it could almost change one's appearance from the inside to the outside. Unfortunately, Yi Fan had not fully mastered it, so he did not want to go to the two stone gambling houses today. The Jade Pool also has a stone gambling house in this city? Of course, it's one of the most reputable and largest stone gambling houses in the city, an elder answered. "Thank you, sir." Yi Fan brought his fists together, then turned around and said to Wang Shu and Erlang, "Let's go to the Jade Pool's stone gambling house." "Ah, Brother Yi, are you really going to win against the Saintess?" "Shush, don't say things like that. Don't worry, we're only talking about it in private." The two nodded in a hurry. The stone gambling houses usually took up a lot of space, and were surrounded by high walls. Inside, there were dawn stones everywhere. The Jade Pool Fairy Stone Market was located in the eastern district of Flat Cliff City. It was a quiet place, surrounded by ancient trees and greenery. Why isn't it open today?" Many people were gathered under the ancient trees, and they were all discussing something. "I heard that the ferry from the Jade Pool came to Flat Cliff City, so it's not open to the public in the morning. It will only be open in the afternoon. The ferry of the Jade Pool is famous all over the world. Every great sage's land and the clan of the ancients would be proud to marry the fairy of the Jade Pool. Unfortunately, not many could do it, so I really want to see her face. You'll see her in the afternoon, but I advise you to put away those unrealistic thoughts as soon as possible." The fairy of the Jade Pool. Both Wang Shu and Erlang's eyes lit up as they looked at Yi Fan at the same time. "Don't look at me like I'm a pervert." Yi Fan thought for a while, then said, "We'll come in the afternoon, so let's find a random place to try our luck." In the end, Yi Fan chose a stone gambling house called Rongxiang. "Stop." Yi Fan and the others were stopped outside the Rongxiang stone gambling house. The men at the door frowned when they saw Wang Shu and Erlang's attire, and said, "Are you source gatherers? If you want to sell source stones, go to the East Gate. That's the place for stone gambling." "We're here for stone gambling." Yi Fan did as the Romans do. Because he lived in a stone village, he was also wearing source gatherer's clothes. "Do you have source stones?" A few people walked out from the gatehouse, all of them frowning. One of them said, "Our place is not a place where just anyone can enter." Yi Fan took out a source stone, which was about half a 2 origin, and said, "Isn't this one?" A sneer came from behind. "Half a 2 origin and you dare to come here for stone gambling? What a country bumpkin who hasn't seen the world. You probably can't even afford a good old source stone. Who is it? What are you talking about?" Wang Shu was annoyed, and turned around to look. He saw a young man waving a folding fan as he walked over. A follower beside him had a look of disdain, and said, "Go back and collect source stones properly. This is not a place you can come to." "So it's young Master Lu from Qingxia sect. Please come in." The people from Rongxiang Stone Gambling House smiled apologetically and came forward to greet them. Young Master Lu from Qingxia sect didn't say anything from beginning to end. He looked at Yi Fan and the others, and walked inside. The follower beside him turned around and sneered, "Why are you not convinced? If you have source stones, you can come in. I'll play a few rounds with you. If you don't have source stones, go back to where you came from. Go and collect source stones properly. Don't have any unrealistic fantasies. This is not a place you can come to. Damn you." After seeing them go in, Erlang was so angry that he grabbed his hair. No matter what profession, there would always be people who liked to watch others eat. Yi Fan naturally wouldn't lower himself to the level of the people from Rongxiang's stone gambling house. Wang Shu said, "The threshold here is really high. Don't you know that those who come are guests? Sorry, we have our own rules here. Not just anyone can come in and out." The people in front of him all crossed their arms and responded indifferently. After young Master Lu from Qingxia sect went in, the smile on their faces had disappeared. "How many source stones can I go in?" Erlang asked in a muffled voice. "We have the best source stones here. Without a caddy of source stones, you can't go through this door." A few people looked contemptuous and said, "If you don't have it, I advise you to go back to the mine honestly." Yi Fan didn't say anything. He directly took out a caddy of source stones, shook it in front of them, and walked inside. When Wang Shu passed by the gatehouse, he said, "Just wait, I'll let you cry later. Yes, I'll let you see what is called a god of stone gambling." Erlang also said angrily, "Oh, you guys really came in." In front, the follower of Qingxia sect was very surprised. He said in a strange tone, "A caddy of source stones. It takes 3 generations of ancestors and grandchildren to dig for it for a long time. It's really not easy. Let's go and play a few rounds together. How about gambling?" Chapter 199. "I can't be bothered with you." Wang Shu turned his head to the side and ignored that person. Quite a temper. The person from the Qingxia sect laughed. "True. Generations of hard work to accumulate so many source. What if you lose it? It's better to be careful. Stop being so sarcastic. We don't want to argue with you." Dumbo was more honest and glared at him. "Bumpkin, stone gambling is very risky. You came here to try your luck. You won't even know how to cry when the time comes." The follower from the Qingxia sect mocked. "I'm not trying to scold you, but this is really not a place for you. Source gatherers should know their place. Get lost. I have source. I came here willingly. It's none of your business." Dumbo was very direct. Wang Shu also laughed. "You should take care of yourself. Don't lose all your fortune. 9 out of 10 gambles fail and crawl out crying. People like you haven't seen the world." The follower was a little angry and said, "The mine is where you should stay. Don't be stubborn. When you go in later, you will cry." Young Master Lu from the Qingxia sect frowned and said to the follower, "Why bother with people like them?" As he spoke, he walked forward, and the people around him followed. Rongxiang's stone gambling house had many courtyards. Source stones were everywhere, ranging from tens of thousands of kilograms to a few taels. The first courtyard was obviously of the lowest quality. Not many people stayed here. Here, it was the most common source stones. It could even be said that many stones were randomly pulled back to make up the numbers. Yi Fan was not in a hurry to leave. After he finished reading the basic chapter of the Book of Origin, he wanted to practice it. It was not about whether he could gamble on a pure source, but to enrich his experience. He strolled around the first courtyard, patting and knocking on the ground with a serious look on his face. "Brother Yi, there are no good source stones here. They are all deceiving people. Let's go inside." Wang Shu suggested. "It's okay. Today is mainly to test the waters. Let's take a look first. Don't rush." Yi Fan did not move. A sneer came from not far away. The gatehouse was adjacent to this courtyard. The gatekeeper who had stopped them from entering before was watching the show with his arms crossed. "What are you laughing at? Go, get some tea." Dumbo glared at him. You're even pouring tea? How arrogant. One of the people in the gatehouse replied snappily. Anyone who enters the door is a guest. Don't you know the rules? Wang Shu turned around and said, Is this how you treat your guests? I told you to pour tea, so hurry up and pour it. Don't talk nonsense. One of them instantly glared at him and said, You little bastard. You're just a gatherer, yet you're putting on airs in front of us. Go and find your master Yuan. I want to ask him if he wants to do business behind closed doors. Even a gatekeeper dares to spout nonsense. Wang Shu sneered. All right, hurry up and pour them a few cups of tea and send them away. The few of them did not want to make the matter bigger. If they alarmed some distinguished guests, they would not be able to bear the consequences. There's not enough tea leaves. Is this cutting corners? Dumbo muttered unhappily. The gatekeepers' faces turned ashen. They glared at him fiercely. Yi Fan walked around the courtyard and found that there were thousands of origin stones here. They were really just there to make up the numbers. He felt that only a few of them contained origin stones. How do you value the origin stones here? Almost no one gambled here, so Master Yuan stayed in the courtyard. Normally, the gatekeepers were in charge of this place. One of them mocked, The origin stones here are the cheapest. 1 origin stone can buy 1,000 kilograms of origin stone. With the origin stones in your hands, you can buy a lot. Is that so? Then you guys, come over here and carry that dawn stone over for me. Yi Fan pointed at the huge boulder that weighed at least 500 kilograms in the middle of the pile of rubble. The faces of the people from Rongxiang Stone Gambling House turned green. They were mortals. Moving 1,000-kilogram boulder would take a lot of effort. I say, you're wasting your money. Such a large boulder requires 1 or 2 precious origin stones. You won't be able to gamble anything. One of them cursed. Stop talking nonsense. Just move it. Don't you want to do business anymore? Should I go call Master Yuan? Wang Shu said. You two can also choose any place you want. Don't worry about anything. Yi Fan said to Dumbo and Wang Shu. Forget about it. Digging origin stones is fine, but choosing origin stones is far from it. The two waved their hands. Just choose. No need to say anything. Wang Shu was quick-witted. He whispered a few words to Dumbo. The two of them began to instruct the people from Rongxiang Stone Gambling House. Bring that origin stone out. Wang Shu pointed in front of them. The people's faces were pale. Another 1,000-kilogram boulder. They were already breathless from exhaustion. Fine. You guys are ruthless. Let's see how you cry when your origin stones are used up. They gritted their teeth and moved the 1,000-kilogram boulder. However, after taking a few steps, Wang Shu shook his head and said, What are you guys doing? I want the origin stone under the 1,000-kilogram boulder. F***ck. The few of them were about to explode from anger. Wang Shu held a 4 to 5 kilogram origin stone in his hand. He was smiling behind them. I want this one. Dumbo pointed at an origin stone that was also under a huge boulder. The anger of the people from Rongxiang Stone Gambling House was ignited. One of them said, You're going too far. It's not that we're going too far. It's just that you guys are acting like snobs. Wang Shu shook his head and said, If you guys don't move it, I'll call Master Yuan. You. The few of them pointed at Wang Shu. You what you? I have origin stones. I'm eyeing that boulder now. Hurry up and move it. Dumbo had always been straightforward. He had long disliked these people. Yi Fan smiled without saying a word. He felt that these two guys were quite good at dealing with people. When the people from Rongxiang Stone Gambling House moved the boulder and were exhausted like dead dogs, Wang Shu and Dumbo chose another target. That one. Yes, the one that's under the boulder. And this one. Hurry up and get it out. The two of them drank tea as they ordered the others. Masters, we were wrong. We shouldn't have looked down on you. Please forgive us. You're a magnanimous person. Don't lower yourself to our level. Please have mercy. These people were tortured by Wang Shu and Dumbo until they fell to the ground. They completely gave in. In the end, Yi Fan took action himself. He cut open the 1,000-pound boulder that he had his eyes on and dug out a 1-kilogram piece of origin source. On the side, the eyes of the people who were lying on the ground almost popped out as they watched them enter the second courtyard. This time, Yi Fan and the others did not delay much. They just turned around and walked inside. In the inner courtyard, there were special young women in charge of receiving and introducing various origin stones. There was also a master origin stone in charge of cutting the stones. Soon after, they came to the 7th courtyard and met the people from Qingxia sect again. Hey, aren't these 3 source gatherers? Why did you come to this courtyard to play? The annoying voice of the follower from Qingxia sect was heard. I say, donkey-faced man, why are you always haunting us? Dumbo rolled his eyes and looked at him. What are you talking about? I'm too lazy to argue with a bumpkin like you. He pulled a long face and said, how about we compete in stone gambling? What's your name? How do we gamble with you? Dumbo asked. The long-faced man from Qingxia sect said, my name is Lu Sheng. Let's gamble. How much source one side cuts out, the other side will lose the same amount of source. How about that? Both Wang Shu and Dumbo were a little hesitant and did not respond. The long-faced man, Lu Sheng, mocked, mud monkeys in the mine, you don't even dare to gamble. Why did you come in? Many people here bet 3, 5, or 10 times. I advise you to go back to the mine as soon as possible. That's where you should stay. Wang Shu and Dumbo were furious. As source gatherers, hearing such words really felt like a thorn in their hearts. Bet with him and ask him how many source stones he has. Yi Fan said from the side. Oh, you really dare to gamble? Lu Xing showed a sarcastic look on his face and said, I'm afraid that you will cry for your parents if you lose, and then jump into the well to commit suicide. Yi Fan directly threw 2 caddies of source stones to Wang Shu, then looked at Lu Xing and said, take out your source stones first. The words of these people immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding people. Many people looked over. Even young Master Lu of Qingxia sect put down the source stones in his hand, walked over, and threw 2 caddies of source stones to the long-faced man, Lu Sheng. If you admit to a bet, you must admit to a loss. Everyone here must testify. These 3 bumpkins don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. If they really dare to gamble with me, don't blame me for bullying them. Although Lu Xing said so, his heart was not very calm. Okay, we will testify. Many people next to him echoed. The people of Rongxiang's stone gambling house were the happiest. No matter what, both sides would buy their source stones. This was a profitable business. Young Master Lu patted a source stone that had already been chosen and said to the long-faced man, Lu Xing, choose this one. Lu Xing received it respectfully, and then he looked at Yi Fan and said, you 3 mud monkeys from the mines, hurry up and choose one as well. Yi Fan walked around, chose a source stone the size of a watermelon, threw it in front of him, and said, this one. The source stones chosen by the 2 were not big, but the cost was not cheap. The source stones in the 7th courtyard were all very expensive because the rate of source stones being produced was very high. Master Yuan, please cut the stone. The long-faced man, Lu Sheng, said. Okay, this old man is going to sacrifice the blade. An old man came forward and paid his respects to the source stone first. Then, he picked up the blade and began to cut the stone. Kacha. The stone skin was slowly peeled off. The stone chosen by the Qingxia sect became smaller and smaller, but in the end, no source stone appeared. Count yourselves lucky. The next one will make you cry for your parents. Lu Sheng was somewhat unwilling. The young master of the Qingxia sect also frowned. Master, cut my piece. Yi Fan handed over the source stone. This broken stone is obviously a waste stone. Is there a need to cut it? Lu Sheng looked disdainful. Someone next to him shook his head and said, "This stone is reddish-brown with a hint of white. It is obviously a common, red inside white. It is definitely a waste stone. There is no need to cut it to know. It is too obvious. It is indeed a waste stone." Almost everyone frowned. Even Master Yuan shook his head and said, "It is fine if this stone is not cut." Wang Shu and Dumbo suddenly became nervous. They looked at Yi Fan and said, "Anyway, it has not been cut yet. Let's change to another one." "No, otherwise, some people will go back on their words. This is it." Yi Fan did not pay his respects to the so-called origin god. He picked up the blade next to him and directly cut it. Gotcha! The moment the source stone was cut open, a soft light shone out. A fist-sized source stone, crystal clear, was embedded in the stone layer. The blade almost split the source stone inside and brushed past it. Ah, it actually produced source stone. How can there be source stone inside white? This piece is probably 1 kilogram. It is a big increase. The people next to him all cried out in surprise. Even Master Yuan was a little stunned. He said to himself, "That stone can't possibly have source stone." It actually, Wang Shu was delighted. He dug out the source stone inside and carefully held it in his palm. On the other hand, Dumbo casually walked up to Lu Sheng and glanced at the source bag in his hand. "Hand it over. We've cut out the source bag, and it's exactly 1 catty. The one in your hand is barely enough." Lu Sheng's face suddenly became very long. Sweat immediately appeared on his forehead. 1 kilogram of source stone was a very large number for him. Although it was paid by the young master of the Qingxia sect, he definitely had to pay it back. How is this possible? Even a piece of waste stone produced source stone. His face was ashen and extremely unwilling. "You lost the bet. Hand it over." Dumbo snatched the source bag. The horse-faced man seemed to be drained of strength. He sat on the ground, dejected. "Brother Donkey Face, don't jump into the well." Wang Shu ridiculed. "Our mine is currently short of manpower. Why don't you come with me? I am sincerely recruiting here." Dumbo hugged the source bag and giggled happily. He did not forget to strike back. "Yes, we will take care of your food and accommodation. Come with us to dig for source stone." The horse-faced man's face turned pale. He angrily pointed at the two and said, You. His intestines were green with regret. He secretly hated himself for looking for trouble. Why did he gamble with a few mud monkeys from the mine? At this moment, he really wanted to smash his teeth into his stomach. He was so angry that he almost fainted. "Interesting. Do the 3 of you dare to gamble with me?" The young master of the Qingxia sect stepped forward and waved his folding fan. He looked calm and composed. Yi Fan smiled and said, "Why not? Not to mention a few, even a few dozen is fine." He was very excited. The Heavenly Book of Source was indeed a wonderful book. He felt that he had a preliminary understanding of source stone and could enter and exit the stone gambling house. If he really understood the Heavenly Book of Source Stone, he would not have to worry about going to the Holy City in the future. However, Yi Fan's luck seemed to have ended. He cut 7 stones in a row but did not see even a trace of source stone. On the contrary, the young master of the Qingxia sect cut out a fist-sized source stone and compensated for the loss just now. Even if you are in the mine all year round, you may not really understand source stone. Digging source stone is rough work, but identifying source stone is a skill. The young master of the Qingxia sect mocked. Indeed, not everyone can come here. The mud monkeys in the mine also came to gamble. They really don't know their place. They want to gamble for a top-grade source stone. In the end, they will only go bankrupt. The pitiful source stone that they have saved for many years will be wasted. Beside them, many people shook their heads and made sarcastic remarks. Wang Shu and Dumbo felt very uncomfortable. They were very nervous after losing consecutively. They were afraid that Yi Fan's source stone would be wasted in vain. Yi Fan frowned. He was a little confused. There was absolutely nothing wrong with what he learned from the heavenly book of source stone. Why did he make mistakes again and again? He squatted down and carefully observed the 7 pieces of source stone that he had just cut and rubbed them with his hand. He's lost his mind from gambling. He can't stand the blow. The mud monkeys from the mine have never seen the big world. After losing so much, it's natural that he lost his soul. Maybe he wants to jump into the river. I've seen many people like this. After losing in gambling, they can do anything. Although some people sympathized, more people were gloating. The young master of the Qingxia sect waved his folding fan and looked down at Yi Fan, who was squatting on the ground and looking at the gravel. He said, "Hurry back to the mine. That's where you should stay. It's not suitable for people like you to come here." Chapter 200. Yi Fan squatted there and ignored him. He stared at the gravel for a long time and suddenly realized what was going on. He secretly cursed Rongxiang's stone gambling house for being shameless. What he had learned from the Book of Source Heaven was correct. This stone gambling house was the one that was faked. These source stones had been cut open and the source inside was taken away. Then, they were filled with stone and sealed with a secret technique. Swindling merchants. He was furious. Rongxiang's stone gambling house was too much. He wanted to make a scene, but he held it in. Even if he said it, not many people would believe him. Moreover, those who dared to open stone gambling houses in the northern region had a certain background. They had the support of powerful forces. If he exposed them like this, even if they bowed their heads on the spot, they would probably take revenge later. He didn't care and could just leave. However, it would be bad if he implicated the stone stronghold. It seems like I have to learn the heaven and earth changing technique from the Book of Source Heaven as soon as possible. In that case, I won't have to worry about anything anymore. I'll be a fish in the sea and a bird in the sky, he said to himself. Forget it if you don't want to gamble. Go back to where you came from. The young master from the Qingxia sect glanced at him. Of course I want to gamble. Why not? Yi Fan suddenly stood up. Next, he carefully selected the stones and examined them carefully. As expected, he found a dozen fake source stones. The method of counterfeiting was very clever. Even if one observed carefully, it was difficult to distinguish them. If not for the Book of Source Heaven, which was almost natural, it would be difficult to find out. In the end, he chose an ugly stone that was as big as a grown man's head. It was gray and had crisscrossing cracks on it. The strangest thing was that these cracks were similar to the shape of a human's mouth. It looked like it had been bitten by some ancient creature. When Yi Fan picked up this stone, it immediately caused a burst of laughter. Little brother, do you know anything about source stones? This is obviously a useless stone. Hurry up and change to another one. Beside him, a kind old man reminded him. It would be strange if this stone could have source stones. It's obviously exhausted and nothing will be left. This is a ghost splitter stone. Its entire body is covered in cracks. It's said that it was gnawed on by a primordial origin ghost, so it's impossible for an origin to be left behind. That's right, this is the famous ghost splitter stone. It was thrown here to make up the numbers, so it's impossible for it to come out. Everyone shook their heads. Many people sneered at him, thinking that Yi Fan didn't understand origin stones at all and only knew how to dig for them in the mines. Wang Shu immediately became nervous. Dumbo whispered, "Brother Yi, let's change to another piece." "There's no need to change. This is it." Yi Fan gestured to Master Yuan, asking him to cut it open. Although it was a ghost-splitting stone, Master Yuan still worshipped the original god according to the rules of this trade. He murmured a few words before he moved. His hands were nimble, and his blade moved very quickly like a swimming dragon. Cold light flickered, and the stone skin quickly fell off. Not long after, layers of old skin had been peeled off from the human head-sized ghost splitter stone, and it was no longer the size of a fist. The onlookers were all pessimistic and started to discuss among themselves. It's impossible for it to come out. It's just a waste of time. Let's just cut it open. If the ghost splitter stone comes out, I'll swallow the stone skin. If time goes back hundreds of thousands of years, a good origin might appear in this stone, but it's obvious that the inside has been swallowed by the origin ghost. The young master of the Qingxia sect had a mocking smile on his lips. He waved his folding fan and glanced disdainfully at Yi Fan without saying anything. At this moment, the crowd exclaimed. The old skin of the ghost splitter stone fell off, and it was no longer the size of a lychee. However, at this moment, a dazzling brilliance shot out. The rich spirit qi made people feel like they were bathing in a spring breeze, as if they were soaking in a hot spring. All the pores on their bodies relaxed, and they felt very comfortable. A fiery red brilliance overflowed, bringing with it a faint smoke that gently blew away. It was like a cloud on fire, or an immortal aura soaked in blood. Everyone was shocked. It was obvious that an extremely high-quality origin stone had been dug out, and this origin qi was far superior to similar stones. Inside the lychee-sized ghost splitter stone, there was a bright red origin stone. It was only the size of a finger, but it was overflowing with colors. It was dazzling, and the redness was intoxicating. This is too small, it's not enough to buy this stone. Dumbo was a little dazed. Wang Shu also frowned. Although the origin stone was cut out, and the quality was very high, it was too small. It was not even half a tael, let alone weighing it in weight. Yes, it's too small. It's so small. The people who had exclaimed just now came back to their senses, and they were a little disappointed. In the field, Yi Fan did not think so, because he felt the vigorous essence qi fluctuations. Such a small piece of origin stone was only the size of a finger, but it was more powerful than 10 pounds of pure origin stones piled together. This is the fiery red origin. Master Yuan was knowledgeable and could not help but exclaim, but he quickly stopped talking and closed his mouth. Yi Fan instantly understood that although this origin stone was small, its value was equivalent to 10 pounds of pure origin stones. This was a variant. He suddenly laughed and said, I think everyone has heard of the fiery red origin. Although it is not a rare xenogeneic, it is definitely not common. It is very rare and precious. How much is it worth? You guys tell me. There is a xenogeneic origin stone. Although it is small, it is equivalent to 10 pounds of origin stones. What great luck! Gambling on origin stones sometimes depends on one's fate. With such an origin stone, one will not have to worry about food and clothing for many generations. In the origin stone business, there would occasionally be a rare origin stone. It had mysterious powers, and its value could not be measured, but it was not common. I heard that last time, someone in the Jasper Lake Fairy Stone Market found a rare xenogeneic origin stone. It was many times rarer than the fiery red origin stone. It shocked the people in Sacred City, and they bought it at a high price. How come I didn't know about it? This kind of secret would not be spread very widely. Dumbo finally understood. He dug out the fiery red origin stone, and then he could not stop laughing. He said to the people watching, who said that if there is an origin stone, we should swallow the stone on the ground? Everyone was suddenly speechless, and no one admitted it. Wang Shu walked over with a smile, reached out to the young master of the Qingxia sect, and said, Sorry, we won. 10 pounds of origin stone, hurry up and hand it over. 10 pounds of origin stone was a very large number for the people present. Anyone would feel the pain, but in front of so many people, the young master of the Qingxia sect could not lose his temper. His face sank, and he threw a source bag on the ground. Dumbo picked up the source bag, his big mouth almost reaching his ears, and he could not stop laughing. That's not right. There is still half a pound of origin stone missing. Wang Shu frowned. The young master of the Qingxia sect had brought a total of this much origin stone. At this moment, he was completely empty. He had lost to the 3 source gatherers that he despised. This made him angry, and his face was very ugly. Forget it. It is not easy to go out, so let's count him half a pound less. Yi Fan said very calmly. At this moment, he had already squatted down and was carefully looking at the old skin of the ghost crack stone. Those cracks were like teeth marks, and what surprised him the most was that he actually saw a hair in the stone. Could there really be something like the primordial source ghost? He muttered to himself, secretly pondering. If that was the case, did it not mean that the primordial source ghost might also exist? Do you want to continue? Dumbo hugged a pile of origin stones and was very satisfied. Wang Shu was full of smiles, and they looked forward together. The young master of the Qingxia sect's face was ashen. He flicked his sleeves, turned around, and walked to the side. He opened his mouth to a few acquaintances, wanting to borrow origin stones. How about I bet with you? The eyes of the people around them all lit up when they saw that the young master of the Qingxia sect had temporarily backed out. In their eyes, this was a big fat sheep. It would be a waste not to slaughter it. A moment of luck could not last. Everyone thought that Yi Fan did not understand origin stones at all. Looking at the stones he had chosen the red lining white stone, and then the ghost crack stone. They were all blind luck, and he had hit the jackpot. I advise you to take it easy. This business is very strange, and it is very particular about fate and luck. Right now, these 3 mud monkeys are very lucky, so it is best not to bet, said an old man. An old man spoke like this. He seemed to have a very high status. After everyone heard this, most of them retreated. The young master of the Qingxia sect pooled his money and borrowed a bag of origin stones that weighed about 4 to 5 caddies. He wanted to bet with Yi Fan again, so the others naturally backed off. Let's enter the 9th floor courtyard and pick the old origin stones mine from the edge of the origin stone mine. Do you dare? The so-called edge of the origin stone mine referred to the area thousands of miles away from that divine mine. It could not really be the origin stones mined from that life-forbidden zone. Even so, this kind of origin stone was still extremely expensive, because sometimes they would really find rare and good origin stones. Why not? Yi Fan also wanted to see what was different about the so-called origin stone mine's edge. In the 9th floor courtyard, there were not many origin stones. There were only 50 to 60 of them, ranging from goose eggs to millstones. There were no big stones that exceeded 1,000 caddies. In this place, one origin stone could only buy 1 caddy of stone. It could be said to be ridiculously expensive. Not many people were willing to come here and squander. Do you want to take advantage of me? There are dozens or even hundreds of caddies of stones here. Can there really be good origin stones? This is too ridiculous. Wang Shu said discontentedly. What do you know, monkey? The origin stones transported from the edge of the origin stone mine are all divine materials. If there is a miraculous origin stone, it will be priceless and immeasurable. Truly a country bumpkin who has never seen the world. Qingxia sect's young master Lu's close friends all mocked. By now, Yi Fan already knew young master Lu's name, Lu Qingzhen. The corner of Lu Qing'an's mouth carried a cold smile as he looked at them almost mockingly. Dumbo did not know how to beat around the bush and directly said, "You've already lost so badly, yet you still think you're extraordinary. In a bit, you'll gamble until your face turns green." The others all followed in and surrounded the dozens of old stones. Everyone was talking at once, discussing spiritedly. Yi Fan furrowed his eyebrows in the process of selecting the stones. The people at Rongxiang's stone gambling house were very evil. He discovered that at least 1/3 of the origin stones had been cut open and sealed up with a clever technique. The stones here indeed gave him a very special feeling. He was a little uncertain. The stone skin was very strange, as if it was contaminated with demonic power. He drew in a cold breath. The origin stones collected thousands of miles away from the origin stone mine were already like this. If the stones unearthed from that divine mine, it would be unimaginable. While the people in the courtyard were viewing the stones, they were also talking about other things. Someone mentioned the fairy stone square of the Jade Pool and suggested that everyone go there in the afternoon. Why? A fairy from the Jade Pool has come to Flat Rock City. She will definitely show up in the afternoon. Do you guys think it's the Jade Pool's saintess? I heard that she is patrolling everywhere. The fairy that came to Flat Rock City is very likely to be her. Chapter 201. The ninth floor gave Yifan a strange feeling. These stones made him feel uneasy. Is this the aura of the origin ancient mine? He had this thought. The Heavenly Book of Source was a wondrous book. It contained the art of heaven perception. Yifan had already touched upon this peerless Genesis technique and had a superficial understanding of it. He felt that he could feel the aura of the origin ancient mine. This kind of concentrated and unique aura should originate from that demonic earth. In the northern region, the most terrifying place was that ancient divine mine. No one knew when it had come into being. This is it. Lu Qingzhen had already chosen and patted the origin stone. That stone was as big as a person's head and weighed more than 10 kilograms. It was shaped like a crouching bull and had a very heavy aura. This stone will definitely come from the source. It's just a matter of how much. Master Yuan nodded. Have you chosen? Lu Qingzhen glanced at Yifan. Wait a little longer. He was a little uncertain. The aura of the demonic earth made it very difficult for him to distinguish between origin stones. It felt hazy and hard to grasp. What exactly is in that strange place? Even the stone itself has been infected. Yifan eliminated the 20 fake origin stones and began to choose from the remaining 38. There are too few stones on this floor. Dumbo was dissatisfied and complained in a low voice. These are stones mined from the edge of the origin ancient mine. It's good enough to transport a few dozen here. Most of them are sent to the holy city. How many people in Flat Rock City would dare to bet on something like this? The holy city is different. The experts of the eastern wastelands, the imperial family of the central plains, and the giants of the northern region frequently appear there. There are even people who dare to gamble with the ancient materials from the origin ancient mine. The main reason is that this stone is too expensive. No one can afford it. Someone sighed. Master Yuan of Rongxiang Gambling House shook his head and said, "This is already considered cheap. The origin stones sent to the holy city are all exorbitant. Most of the stones are more expensive than pure origin stones." No way, who would be such a sucker? There's something you don't know. At that level, the gamble is no longer on the pure source, but on the more valuable things contained within the source. Someone at the side nodded in agreement and said, "Origin stones contain too many secrets. Origin is not the most precious. These seemingly unremarkable stones may contain peerless treasures." Yifan finally chose the stone. It was a cyan-colored stone with light yellow patterns on it. This stone was not very big, weighing about a dozen pounds. Everyone was completely speechless. They felt that his choice of stone was too unreliable. "I say, little brother, you really like to take the unusual path. You even dared to choose such a stone. This is the famous watermelon stone." "That's right, this is a watermelon stone. At most, it will produce some watermelon seed-like origin granules. It's impossible for it to produce large pieces of origin granules. This stone of yours weighs more than 10 kilograms, which means that you need to spend more than half a kilogram of pure source. The gains do not make up for the losses." This stone had clear patterns on it, just like the patterns on watermelons. It did match its name. Even if you get a few dozen seeds, it won't be more than 1 or 2 pounds. It's definitely a loss. Among the onlookers, a few old people kindly reminded him, but most of them were mocking him. "I can choose one with my eyes closed, and it's still better than this watermelon stone. You little monkey, hurry back to the mine. This place really doesn't suit you. You don't even know this kind of common sense, and you still have the nerve to gamble on stones. A blind cat can't always find a dead mouse." Lu Qingzhen waved his folding fan and revealed a mocking smile. He circled around the watermelon stone and laughed. Good stone. The people around him also mocked and slapped the watermelon stone, constantly mocking him. Normal people really can't choose a good stone. That's right. We normal people wouldn't dare to choose anyway. If there's a treasure later, I'll really swallow the stone this time to broaden my horizons. You said that? Dumbo was serious. He recognized that person and said, this time, I can see clearly that you said it. If there's a good source, you'll really swallow the stone? That's right, I said it. A young man beside Lu Qingzhen mocked, you want to cut out a watermelon stone to get something good? Keep dreaming. Everyone, you see, right? You have to be a witness. When the time comes, he'll have to swallow the stone. Wang Shu came forward and said to the people around him. Cut the stone. After Master Yuan paid his respects to the original god, he came forward with his tool. His knife moved like a dragon and a snake, cutting open Lu Qing'an's stone. The old stone kept falling to the ground, and not long after, a radiance flashed. Such a pure source. After peeling off a few pounds of stone, there was already a bright light. The exposed source didn't have a single trace of impurity. It was crystal clear and very clean. Soon, the crowd cried out in surprise again. This source was gradually dug out. It was no less than 2 pounds, and for a stone gambler of this level, it was very precious. Worthy of being a stone from the edge of the origin ancient mine. One had to know that a mine could only produce 1 to 2 pounds of source, but this stone had cut out so much. Cut the watermelon stone. I'll count the total number of seeds and see if there's 1 or 2 pounds. The people beside Lu Qingzhen sneered. Crack. Master Yuan didn't delay and immediately cut the watermelon stone. The old stone rustled and fell to the ground. Soon, half of the stone layer was peeled off. It's really of the highest quality. There aren't even any seeds. Huh. It looks like there's no harvest. The person who had said he would swallow the stone was gloating. In the end, it was no bigger than a pigeon's egg. At this point, everyone understood that it was a white stone with nothing inside. Even Yi Fan sighed. He felt that the stone brought back from the edge of the origin ancient mine was too strange and hard to control. Master Yuan threw the thumb-sized stone on the ground. He didn't cut it into pieces. Watermelon stone, there will at least be some melon seed-like source. The stone you chose is really of the highest quality. There isn't even a single source. It seems like I can't swallow the stone even if I want to. Sigh, I really want to have a taste. Damn your second grandpa. Erlang felt suffocated. He directly kicked the small stone on the ground. Pung. The thumb-sized stone smashed into a large stone and shattered on the spot. Right at this moment, blinding radiance rushed out. The rich spiritual essence couldn't disperse it at all. There's a treasure. Someone cried out in alarm. Several figures rushed over. Yi Fan was even faster than them. He was the first to arrive and place that dazzling sphere of light in his palm. What kind of source is this? In Yi Fan's palm was a rice-sized source. It was extremely small, but it flickered with brilliance. It was extremely mysterious. Ancient insect source. It really is an ancient insect source. This is an archaic spiritual insect, sealed within the source. Correct, it truly is an archaic spiritual insect. Unfortunately, it's too young. Don't look down on it for being small. This rice-sized insect is worth several dozen gene of source. It was too late for the master of the source to regret. He wanted to slap himself a few times. They had secretly cut open some source, but they had missed out on the most precious one. In Yi Fan's palm was a rice-sized insect. It was sparkling and translucent, formed from the source. Correct, it's that kind of ancient insect. It specialized in eating source in ancient times. Its entire body condenses origin essence. It's a special spiritual insect. A finger-sized red source was worth 5 gene of pure source, while a rice-sized ancient insect source was worth several dozen jin. One could imagine how precious this ancient spiritual insect was. Ancient insect source can be used in medicine. Every great sage's land has some ancient secret recipes. They all need it when refining medicine. If sold in the holy city, it would be worth 100 jin of pure source. This was truly shocking. It was just a rice-sized insect, yet it had such a huge value. Even Yi Fan felt that it was inconceivable. This is not an ordinary insect. It has been extinct for countless years. In ancient times, it ate source and spat out origin essence. It is very rare. The people of Rongxiang gambling house were regretting their decision. If they had known this would happen, they would have chosen this source no matter what. News of such a rare ancient insect source would have spread throughout Flat Rock City. It was worth dozens or even hundreds of jin of pure source. It was already a very large sum here. At this moment, Lu Qing'an's face turned green. Ancient insect source was very rare. It was worth 100 jin of source. He could not afford it. How could he cut out such a xenogenic source? It's not fair. The people around Lu Qing'an were all in disbelief. Dumbo happily walked up and took Lu Qing'an's source bag. He even put away the cut Lu Qing'an had cut out source bag. You owe us 90 jin of source bag. What do you think we should do? Dumbo puffed out his chest and looked very tough. This. Lu Qing'an felt like jumping into the river. His face was very ugly. If they were in the wild, he would have killed them already. Young Master Lu is a hero of the Qingxia sect. He will not go back on his word. Don't worry. He will pay you back in the future, the people around Lu Qing'an scolded. Who are you scolding? Remember, it is he who owes us. Wang Shu walked up and stared at that person. He said, you were the one who said that if you cut out a treasure, you would have to eat the stone skin. Yes, it was you. I remember it clearly. Hurry up and eat the stone skin. Dumbo walked up and did not let it go. He grabbed the person's collar and forced him to eat the stone skin. There was a burst of laughter around. If it were not for the fact that the gambling house had a strong background and did not allow fights, this person would have been angry. He was very embarrassed. You, let go. You lost the bet. You said you wanted to eat the stone skin. If you are a man, don't go back on your words. Hurry up and eat it. This person lost face and wanted to find a hole to hide in. He gritted his teeth and took out half a kilogram of stone essence and stuffed it into Dumbo's hand. He then ran away, causing the crowd to laugh. Lu Qing'an was also very angry. He forced himself to borrow a pen and paper from the Rongxiang stone gambling house. He wrote an IOU and left without looking back. Yi Fan walked around the Rongxiang stone gambling house and found that there were too many fakes. The three did not stay for long and left. It was close to noon. The others had also dispersed to find a place to eat. They would go to the Jade Pool Fairy Stone Market in the afternoon. Today is so relaxing. Dumbo was noisy. Wang Shu was also very excited. He said, the ancient insect source is worth 100 kilograms of stone. It is so dreamy. Yi Fan had a small test. He felt that the book of source of origin was mysterious. It was indeed an extraordinary scripture. He felt that he could enter the Holy Palace secret realm after he returned. The northern region's source was like a divine land to him. It could constantly transform. The three chose a restaurant and drank in a private room. They did not leave until 2 hours later. The Jade Pool Fairy Stone Market was located in the eastern part of Flat Rock City. The environment was elegant. There were many ancient trees planted around, providing a large area of shade. It was already afternoon. The doors were already open. There were many fallen leaves on the steps, giving off a very natural feeling. Not long after entering the Jade Pool Fairy Stone Market, Yi Fan noticed a few old men with extraordinary temperaments. They stood outside the crowd and were discussing something. The holy city source stones are too expensive. But they can really produce good things. Someone cut out a demon eye not long ago. I heard that too. It's not as simple as just an eye. I think there was even a fresh demon bone. Its value is inestimable. The old men with extraordinary temperaments were discussing softly. These old men are getting more and more mysterious. Dumbo stood not far away and heard everything clearly. He whispered, the more they talk, the more unreliable they become. If they continue, the fairy flying from the stone and the world's most beautiful woman walking out will all become real. Wang Shu also laughed softly. The older people get, the more they like to think. In their eyes, there is everything in the source stone. It's not impossible to find a heavenly scroll. What do you two little monkeys know? The old men had sharp ears. They heard their words and turned around to glare at them. The source stone is the rarest spirit item in the world. It can produce anything, an old man said seriously. The things you're talking about have really been produced before. Old man, your beard is already white. How can you still speak so stupidly? Dumbo's words could really choke people to death. He did not know how to be tactful at all. Damn it, you little bastard, what are you talking about? Do you know how to speak? The old man was so angry that his beard was sticking up. Wang Shu did not know whether to laugh or cry. He tugged at the corner of Dumbo's clothes and apologized. Please don't take it to heart, sir. This brother of mine is too honest and never thinks before speaking. There's no need to lower yourself to his level. According to the ancient records of the North, a peerless beauty had really been dug out over 100,000 years ago, in other words, during the primordial era. She had walked out of the source stone. One of the elders spoke again. Unfortunately, she still managed to escape despite being surrounded and intercepted by the various holy lands. Really? Dumbo craned his neck and approached the old men. How big was the source stone? Was that woman a demon or a deity? Not far away, Yi Fan's heart was also moved and he listened attentively. Go away. I can't be bothered with you. One of the old men did not like Dumbo at all. There are secrets hidden within the source stone. There must be a reason why the royal family of the Zhongzhou continent would always have peerless elites watching over the holy city and purchasing the wondrous stones at all costs. I've also heard that the ancestors of this family obtained a heavenly tome from the source stone, which allowed them to rise unstoppably. Yi Fan's heart trembled. This was truly shocking. Dumbo and Wang Shu looked at each other. They felt like they were listening to a story of a deity. Hey, old man, are your words reliable? How can there be a book in the source stone? Dumbo scratched his head. I say, you little bastard, why are your words so unpleasant to hear? Go somewhere cool and stay. The old men's faces darkened. They walked to the side and no longer paid him any attention. Yi Fan could not calm down. There were too many mysteries hidden within the source stone. It was more complicated and mysterious than he had imagined. He was glad that he had obtained the heavenly tome of source. With this extraordinary scripture, he would be able to conquer the world in the future and uncover everything. It seems like the stone buried underground not only contains the source stone, but also something even more precious. There were countless secrets buried beneath this vast reddish-brown land, waiting to be discovered.